So even back then, the Jews had added a whole lot more to the 10 Commandments, but the 10 Commandments, do not work on the Sabbath, was one of those. And Jesus couldn't stay within the 10 laws they had. Now, I think it's fair to say that you have more than 10 laws you have to deal with. They have bred a little since then. Now, I will try and keep my dislike of bureaucracy out of this, but you are always struggling with between laws that clash with each other, laws that you can't afford to keep, but you need to do something. So I want to pray this morning for you to have, you who created the universe, you who know everything, and you who know and care about people. Lord, we pray for this group today, for this people in this role of leadership in our community, that you give them wisdom in navigating the laws we have. Lord, we can't keep them all. Sometimes they clash with each other. Sometimes they clash with the reality of what's going on. Sometimes they clash with different people want. So Lord, I particularly pray for wisdom for all those here in this chamber, but also the bureaucrats, those that work for the council, that they have wisdom in knowing which laws to apply when. To do it with a heart to do good. Lord, we pray for a freedom and a peace to sometimes not apply a law because it's in a situation that it's going to do more harm than good if we apply the law. Lord, I'm not here today to argue against those laws, but to pray for wisdom for them in application. Lord, at times they also get to make or repeal laws. We pray for wisdom in those areas as well. And secondly, Lord, I'd also like to pray for our community. That those of us, all of us in the community, when we see the council doing well, the things they're doing good, and there are many, Lord, may we be grateful for that. May we speak up and tell them when we see them. May we thank people for the good they are doing. And when we disagree, Lord, when people in our community disagree with what the council's doing, and that will happen at times, we pray for that those disagreements may become respectfully, with truth, and with a heart of compassion to come to understanding rather than just hack on. Lord, we pray for the good of our council in this community, that you give them wisdom as to how to do the best good possible with all the resources they have. And we pray for the extra resources they need to do the good that is needed. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, Pastor Chris, for those wise words. So the next item is the recognition of the traditional owners. And before I ask Councillor Deb Deneen to do that, I would just also like to say that we remember and acknowledge the passing of someone at Cherbourg. They were meant to have their fun run yesterday and they ended up calling that off for sorry business. So just wanted to also acknowledge and respect Cherbourg's problems at the moment and their sorry business. And I'll just call on Councillor Deb Deneen now to do the recognition of the traditional owners.
Thanks, Mayor Cathy. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land in which we meet, the Waka Waka country, and pay my respects to elders past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. So now we're calling on declarations of interest, which is item 5 on page 5 of the agenda. And I think Councillor Sander, you have a declaration.
In accordance with S150EL and 150EM of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to 17.3, the Mergen and Wandai community CCTV cameras. The nature of my interest is due to myself being the president of the MBDA, the Mergen Mergen District Business Association. In accordance with S150EK, the Local Government Act 2009, I will exclude myself from any meeting, discussion or communication in relation to making a decision on this matter, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where this meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I don't believe we have any other conflicts of interest or declarations of interest, so we'll move on to deputations and petitions. There is nil. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. Item 7.1. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 28th of January 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Could someone move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. There's no mayoral minute. We'll move on to notices of motion. Item 9.1 on page 24. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Jane Erkin, so I'll hand over to Councillor Jane to lead this one. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. And we've got a second from Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think that we are all well aware that we are in a housing shortage. I know that it's very, it's heartbreaking to read some of the comments when you go on to Facebook of people that are looking for homes. Sorry, of people that are looking for homes. You know, people are putting up, you know, I've got a job, my wife has a job, we have 2 kids, the house we're renting is going on the market and we have nowhere to live. I know as a real estate agent in my real life, I know I have great concern for the staff in my office who are having to deal with people every day who have nowhere to go. But I also know that a lot of people have bought land in our area and their land is there, and if they have been lucky enough to get a rental, they are now paying upwards of $500 a week rent, and it's just making it impossible for those people to save to be able to do something to build on their land. So I know that being of an older generation and being here when they did the first lot of subdivisions in this area, that a lot of people moved into buildings that did not have council approval for a house, and going to a lot of those were very comfortable and quite safe, but they did not meet the extremely strict housing policy that we have today. If we don't allow people to move onto these blocks of land, what's going to happen is they are in our free camps, because caravan parks have quite strict rules about how many people they can take. I know that our showgrounds have even stricter rules, where if you're in a tent, you can only stay for a fortnight at a time. So, you know, I just imagine myself as a child, or imagine my kids, if I say to them, you know, we've got to be moving, we're only here in the tent for a fortnight. You know, it's pretty bad. And if, as a community, if we can't see that, and as councillors who represent our community, what I'm proposing here is that we'll allow people who they own a block of land to be able to move onto these blocks of land. I'm well aware that many people are already doing that. So in doing this, what I'm hoping is that council will have some control over who is living on their blocks of land and be able to put in place some conditions that make it safe for them to address plumbing, toileting, showering, of which there are many affordable solutions to. So I'm hoping that I can get the support of my fellow councillors in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Height.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, and I hear what you're saying, and I know we have a housing crisis. I guess I'm just a little concerned what unforeseen consequences this might cause. So can I call on Manager Simon? Could you make some comment on this? And I guess my second point is, should we actually say, put a time limit on this so we can review it in maybe 2 years or something? But Simon, can I get your take on this? Is there something this might cause a problem that we're not seeing?
Look, through the Mayor, look, we definitely have a major housing crisis, whether it's here in Kingaroy, Brisbane, down in Tasmania, it doesn't matter where it is, we've got a major problem. Having said that, we also do have to have regard to some caution. Our building standards are such that they are there to safeguard the community. I know, without mentioning the particular location, I had to not that long ago deal with the fact that somebody was living in some temporary accommodation that didn't have proper building approval. They had a very young child, and I was very concerned that the young child could potentially crawl under this propped up building, and the next thing we will be seeing is that child could potentially be killed if it was to collapse. So, I was putting on my hat as both a planner and an engineer. We need to be flexible, but we also need to still consider certain safeguards, because the last thing we want is to be very flexible and yet then have a situation where somebody is harmed, injured, or potentially even killed. And I'm sorry to give that example, but every time I look at some flexibility with building standards or whatever, the first thing I always think about is, am I putting anyone potentially at risk or the wider community? So caution, please. We've got to be careful. I mean, plumbing is another one. We cannot have raw sewage being discharged not in an appropriate way to an appropriate receiving device. We've got to be careful for wider public health, and in the structures themselves, we've got to make certain they are secure. I think there are options, but again, I suggest caution, please.
Thank you, Manager Simon. I just wanted to mention that in the in motion, it actually says relevant health and safety standards are met. So that's in the motion. So that's, I believe it's covered off. So, Councillor Hyde.
So just following on from that, I hear what you're saying. Councillor Erkins, could we put that we'll review this in 2 years? Because I just don't want this to explode, and because when the housing crisis, when will that be? But if we review it in 2 years to check that we haven't caused an issue. Sorry, what do you think?
Could I just jump in, Jane, and to help out? So the nature of this resolution, I mean, a temporary planning instrument and a local law review is not, you're going to be surprised, it's not a quick process.
Yeah.
And we already have a range of non-compliance issues across the region due to the housing issues, which we generally struggle with, and we talk to our state government colleagues about what assistance we can get, and sometimes there isn't a lot that we can do to help them. So I've just answered a question from a constituent recently that our guys are authorised to use discretion in a lot of the space. Now, sometimes people agree with the discretion, sometimes they don't, but that's something we're continuing to work out on. Should council pass this today, one of the reasons the local law takes so long is that between Kerry, Beck, and myself, we're basically doing it internally. A temporary planning instrument we won't be able to do, and I don't think internally. It would be, we can do the legwork for it, but we're going to need some help. So this will need, and it's not a negative, this will just need a budget, a bit of an idea of resourcing and a timeline. So we would come, when I saw it, I thought, yep, we would come back and say, okay, this is the map and this is how we can we do it by June? Can we do it by, and I think then how you would define the housing crisis would need to be nutted out in that process about whether it's 1 year, 2 years, rather than, and I don't disagree with you, Councillor Hyde or Councillor Erkins, it's just how do you, is it an arbitrary number? Is it a temporary planning instrument would have a set period anyway, because by the very nature of its name, it's temporary. So yeah, so I don't know how long a temporary planning instrument could last for. So if this one goes through today, it will need a bit of work and come back either probably through workshop and then and then come back as to this is the plan and this is the map and this is what it's going to cost you.
So we need to investigate it.
So Councillor Erkins?
I understand exactly what you're saying, Simon, and I take note of what the CEO says. However, if you are homeless and living in a tent on, for example, Tipperary Flat, when it rains, Tipperary Flat is in danger of flooding. When you said about the small child, how safe is a small child in a tent at Tipperary Flat? If this takes time, and I understand it is going to take time, but I think it's urgent. If you're living, you know, when you say June, temperatures at Tipperary Flat are -6 degrees. So again, if you're in a tent, you know, you can't do the same things that you can if you're on your own block of land. If you're on your own block of land, you can have your little fireplace built. And as I said earlier, you know, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of temporary dwellings in our different shires prior to amalgamation. In Nanango especially, there were, I believe, over 3,000 blocks of land subdivided. And I know going round to those blocks of land, you know, people had temporary dwellings. At the moment, people are in temporary dwellings and they're not, you know, we don't know about them. This way, I'm hoping that people will be able to contact council, have an agreement that they can be there on a temporary basis while the housing crisis is on, and hopefully be working towards building something that is permanent and complies with building regulations. But at the moment, you know, it's all very well to want to have the best for everyone, but that is not possible at the moment. You know, there are no houses to rent, and if there is a house, as I said, you know, it's $500, $600, even $800. I believe there was one, a 4-bedroom house with 1 bathroom, $600 a week. Well, who can afford to pay $600 a week and save to build a house? It just can't be done. And there are so many. We actually have just had a tenant move out of a house. He has been in that house for 6 years. He's an absolutely great tenant. He has moved out of the house because the landlord has decided to put his rent up, and he said, you know, we just cannot afford it any longer. And it's not just, I mean, I hear a lot of it from Nanango, but I know it is in all the areas, you know, and it's all right for us to understand, and I do understand the rules, the regulation, the time it takes, but that's not easy to tell somebody who is facing, they've got to move out, I've got a fortnight, I haven't been able, I've tried everywhere, I haven't been able to find anywhere to go. How do I tell my 13 and 15-year-old kids that we're going to be living in a tent? And really, I'm not sure, we'll probably go to the Nanango Showgrounds, but we can only be there for a fortnight, you know, but we'll go there because there's showers there and there's power, or then we can go down to Tipperary Flat where there is, you know, a toilet, no showers, no power. I mean, it's not an easy thing. I understand that, but I also understand what life is like for somebody who's through no fault of their own is homeless or facing homelessness. And as I said, I do understand there are rules and regulations, but I believe it's something that we have to be working to try and get through, not in May. You know, we need this through tomorrow. For those people that are going to be homeless tomorrow, they need to be able to know that they've got somewhere to go.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
Can I ask, like, if you're building, so if you've got a block of land and you're intending to build a house on it, and you can live in a shed or a dwelling on that property for up to how long before that house, the new place is finished?
I'd have to, it depends on what that structure is, whether it's a caravan, that I would need to come back on, have that on notice and come back. It does depend a little bit on what that structure is. But yes, there is a requirement, you are allowed to be able to live in somewhere while something is being built. But that also has to be put in place to a certain level of safety and security.
So instead of, like, I'm hearing what Jane's saying, and I feel for the people as well, but is there a way that we can install that like tomorrow to get that ball rolling until we do the further longer term temporary thing, like, because that's easier to install that, isn't it?
The planning side will require ultimately the state approval, so that in itself takes much, much longer. Local laws is something that can be considered, but that's a matter that I understand is being reviewed accordingly at the moment. Look, this.
So they would be, like, have to be compliant to a certain standard as well, hey? So that way, like, you couldn't just go and live with
No,
on
but
there. So I'm saying, could we install that quicker to get this ball rolling, like tomorrow or the next day or next week, to get that quicker to have that condition?
So I think what Councillor Sanders is saying is he's talking about if you could just say that you could have, like, I think it's 2 years in a temporary situation until you get a building up and running. Is that
can we have time as officers to look into those options, please? I don't want to give a direct answer on this one. I need some advice because there are so many aspects to this. It's not just a planning, it's not just a local law, it's a building matter, it's a plumbing matter. We do need to have regard to all of the different aspects, but flexibility, absolutely. Officers now are using a degree of flexibility. But again, what I tell all of my officers, if there looks like there's a real danger, a risk, a real significant risk to somebody's safety or whatever, we have to act accordingly to ensure the safety. We cannot condone something that could ultimately be quite disastrous if something was to go wrong.
So Manager Simon, so in Councillor Erkin's resolution, it's actually got both those. It needs relevant health and safety standards until the housing crisis is over. Relevant health and safety standards. So that I believe that covers off on that. And so because that's in the actual motion, relevant health and safety standards. So if you felt that there was someone that had a risk, you would absolutely be able to, under this motion, put the compliance onto them because it's not meeting safety standards because you feel that there's a real risk. So I just wanted to clarify that because that is in the actual motion. So I'll just ask Councillor Linda Little.
Thank you, Mayor. Jane, whilst I applaud your passion and your advocacy on this, I must admit I'm a little bit confused. On the one hand, you're talking about people who are renting, who can't afford it and or the circumstances change and they become homeless, and homeless people who are already living in our free parks and in some cases on people's properties, in tents and that. But you're talking about people being allowed to do this on their own land. Like, these people that are on the rail trails or in our free parks and already living on other people's properties don't
Linda,
fall under somebody who owns their own land.
I actually have two motions, Linda. That's the first motion addresses people who own their own land. I've got a second motion coming up after.
Okay,
following
so,
this.
well, that's why I got
Yeah.
myself a bit confused
No.
on where you stood.
Yeah, so this motion is purely for people who have bought a block of land, and a lot of people were able to go in, developers have finance packages, so they can actually get into their land at, affordable, and then they can't afford to build a house. So that's probably addressing that. My next motion is to address those who are not, they don't own a block of land.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. One of the other things I can just...
So I might get you to do that in your closing remarks. So Councillor Sander.
Yeah, sort of my question hasn't been answered yet. Like, can we change, like, I know there's got to be certain conditions that you can have that temporary accommodation on a block while you're waiting to get the house built. Is there a way that we can install that without having their plans put in to build a dwelling on that block? Is there a way that we can install that without having the building application in, because that way it'd be quicker to get this ball rolling.
So the question I've got is, can we use the temporary permit? So there's a temporary habitable permit. Well, I don't know if that's its proper name, but yeah, there's a temporary habitable permit for, and I regret, I think it's, I was thinking 1 to 2 years, but it could even be down to 1, and then you'd have to renew your permit. But anyway, that's getting into tin tax. So yeah, so I couldn't answer that today either, but
The
yeah,
wording
could.
would have to be changed on Jane's.
Well, Councillor Erkin's resolution could go through, honestly, because if it doesn't, like, let's say if that doesn't go through, well, that could be an outcome of this, because we really do need something to start a process, and so this resolution will allow that process to start. So I've got yours noted, Heath, as a question is, can we use the temporary habitable
Just
permit?
trying to get it,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
trying to get it quicker.
And if yeah, sorry, I interrupted you, my apologies. But if we could use that, and that was, if we could do that quickly, well, then you could drop that in while you're doing your temporary permit. But yeah, I just don't know the answer.
And I believe there's probably, like, there'd be conditions in there that you must have your plans in and they must be approved and stuff like that. So we're going to probably have to look at trying to avoid that. There'll be fees, there'll be payments that we would have to waive as well, just to try and get that sped up.
Well, if I may, through the mayor, look, normally with like if you're looking to, say, build a dwelling and you want to have temporary accommodation next to it, well, it's written in as part of your planning conditions as to what that period is. And normally, to my knowledge, it does vary a little bit from council to council. That's normally never more than 2 years, and it's normally within 1 year that the house should be expected to be constructed within that first year. Again, I need to seek further clarification from my officers on this matter. There's a number of aspects here. If I may, I do really think this is something for a wider, possibly council workshop discussion with relevant officers in attendance, because there are so many aspects to this of wider consequences, and I'm not talking about the immediate safety, I'm also talking about some much wider consequences in different areas that we could experience.
So Councillor Oakes, I'm just going to wait and see if there's anyone else wants to
Can I
comment.
just respond
and
to
then-
Manager Simon's comment? Simon, I did ask for you to contact the building section for them to come back with some type of regulations or rules so that we could work that through, and we have heard nothing from them. I understand what you're saying about workshopping, but as I said earlier, somebody who is facing homelessness tomorrow, you know, they can't afford for us to be waiting around workshopping. I believe that this motion, you know, is enough to get it into
We can start to
to do
nut it
something
out. Yeah.
about it. I can.
Thank you. So I just wanted to see if anyone else wants to. Councillor Hyde.
Back to my comment about can we review it in 2 years rather than the housing crisis is over, because that's such a open comment. It's probably always a housing crisis for some people. So I'm happy to get the ball rolling, but I would like to review it in 2 years.
So Councillor
could
Erkins, are you
we
happy
change
to
that,
add
please?
that dot point, like, or just add to the end?
I'm very reluctant to do that. One of the reasons being that we have a council here. I believe that the councillors we have in the room here today are fairly knowledgeable on their communities. I believe we have a fairly caring council. I believe that the housing crisis is going to last for more than 2 years. They're not going to fix it in 2 years.
I'm just saying a review. I'm not saying stop it. I'm just saying review it. So we can just see, has there been some unintended consequences? Do we need to rejig the whatever instrument we've come up with?
It's just a review. It's not like we were just.
It's not stopping it. It's just I'd like to look and see what unintended consequences we might have created.
Okay.
Because
okay.
until the housing crisis is over, it's so undefined.
Well, the housing crisis is undefined. Though.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know.
whole
I
point.
I guess it's just to
okay.
have a look
the
at it.
matter of, yep. Yep, so to be reviewed in 2 years.
Yeah.
After it takes effect.
Yeah,
So not 2 years from now, because from the sounds of it, it could take us 2 years to get it through.
yes, 2 years after it takes effect.
All right.
So we've got Councillor Potter. Are you happy with that second dot point?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
So, Councillor Potter, did you want to speak?
Yes, excuse me for not standing. I just want to say that I think this is actually a really good motion, and I thank Councillor Erkins for bringing it forward, this one and also the next one. So, because we really need to do something about our homeless. We've got people couch surfing, we've got people and some of them do own their own blocks of land, and at this stage they're not allowed to do anything with it, and they can't afford to do anything with it. So, to me, this is really, really helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So I just wanted to also say, commend Councillor Erkins on this initiative, because I think that it could, if we could get this through, it would be a game changer for not only us as a council, but right across Queensland. I think it's a huge issue, and if we can navigate a process that would be with a good outcome, it would be a blessing for everybody. So, Councillor
I just
Deneen?
wanted to add that I agree. Jane and I go back a very long way. Jane has a very good understanding of people, their situations, their rental situation, and homelessness now is a crisis. And I'm really pleased to see our council endeavouring to do something within the rules. It may not be much, but it's leading the way, and it's encouraging others to come along for the ride. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins, your right of reply.
Can I just also add in that, as a real estate agent, I do understand the need for making sure people respect what they have. So don't think that in any way I am advocating for people to just go and live as they like and do that. That's why I put in that it has to, that it meets relevant health and safety standards, but they also would have to meet the same standards of anyone living in a house next door. They've got to, comply and keep things clean and tidy. And hopefully these people will respect the fact that we are bending over backwards to help make things easier for them. And I am actually proud to be part of a council that I think are, moving forward to do something about it. It's just terrible. I know when this first started, and one of the things that brought this to mind was a lady in my division who may or may not ever vote for me again, but she rang up to tell me that across the road they had a caravan and 2 tents, and that's how the family were living. And, she was absolutely... Well, actually, it wasn't across the road from her. It was across the road from her friend, and she was absolutely disgusted that they were living like that. And I thought to myself, what if it was your daughter or your mother or your sister or your brother? And, I was pretty disappointed in her attitude. And I know that our free camps, I know that a lot of people complain because we have people staying at the free camps. And if we can try and get those people out and into somewhere that is more secure for them, that's what we would like to do. But it would be nice for people to have a little bit of compassion and understand that this housing crisis is not, the people who have rented all their life and paid their rent on time and looked after property. They're not the ones that have caused this housing crisis. And, if we can do something to help them, well, let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Now, the second notice of motion is 9.2 on page 25, and that one there is, again, Councillor Erkins. Your microphone's not on.
Sorry. Okay. So, as I previously said without my mic on, not everyone is in a position where they own their own block of land. But there are...
So, Erkins, would you be able to just move the motion, then I'll ask for a second, and then you can speak to it.
The South Bennett Regional Council investigate a temporary planning a lot... I don't think that reads right. Investigate temporary planning, alignment, response, or review local laws. I think that is that same as that first one, temporary planning and compliance.
temporary planning instrument.
Yep. Or review of local laws and a compliance approach to family or those who relate as family. Yep. Relate as family. The occupation of sheds with basic amenities during the housing crisis, current housing crisis. This proposal seeks to enable property owners to provide safe accommodation for family or those relating as family members within existing or new sheds that contain basic compliant sanitary facilities, with council adopting a supportive and proportionate compliance approach for the duration of the housing crisis.
So, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter? Councillor Erkins.
Okay, so while I'm not sure, Linda, that this will address some of the people that you have issues with or are supporting, not issues with, but there are a lot of people, because of the housing crisis, what's happening is people are moving home. So for locals in our area, their kids are living, working somewhere, their rent's gone up, they're having to move out. Some of them are actually even working from home, but they want to come home to family where they can either live in the house or where they've got a garage and they want to move into that. And I do, again, know that this is happening, and I want to do this with a little bit of caution, because I don't want people to just go out willy-nilly and let people come into their sheds. Make sure that it's all done properly, and we do work with council or possibly someone to check to make sure the people you're letting in are going to abide by. If you're working with council, if they're not abiding by it, council can do something about it. But, you know, I've got people who are saying their kids can't afford the rent where they are, they want to come home, but they're concerned that they'll get into trouble by council. So what I'd like to do, and with that, it's, you know, for their sanitary conditions, most of them can use mum's toilet, mum's washing machine, you know, mum's shower. So I just think, as I said, I know it's happening. I spoke this morning to someone who had done it, but they didn't do it to a family member, they did it with someone they didn't know, which was a recipe for disaster. But for family members or those who relate as family, I think it's better to have them in your home or in your shed than, again, as I said, at our free camps where, you know, our community are complaining because they're causing a distraction to tourists going through.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Are you happy to put the extra dot point to be reviewed?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay. So we'll just add that again, Danielle. Councillor Sander?
Well, I can see where Councillor Erkins is coming from. I want to try and work out how you're going to determine, like, you don't want someone putting up 10 sheds in their backyard and then renting them out to 10 different people and then relating to them as Uncle Jane and Auntie Fred because
Auntie Fred.
because they can, you know, like how are we going to monitor that? How do you weasel those ones out?
Did you want to answer that?
Could we get Simon to comment
Or
on
maybe
that?
Simon could comment. Sorry, Simon.
So, through the Mayor, look, can I also make another comment I think is also very important to this discussion? The state government did a couple of years ago, maybe now 3 years ago, actually approve secondary dwellings. Now, I do believe, if I may, that many members of the public are not aware that they are entitled. So if you, for example, have a 500, 600, 700, 800 square metre block with a single house on it, you are allowed to put a secondary dwelling without planning permission if it's within 10 metres of the main home and it's not greater than 80 metres square. You also can, with planning permission, apply for one that is larger and at a greater distance. And that can now be rented out to not only family members, which was what the past situation was, but to now non-family members. So many members of our community probably are sitting in homes where they have got wider relatives that are looking for an opportunity to have a home. A secondary dwelling can easily be either with or without planning permission put next to their main dwelling. It needs to meet building and plumbing approvals, but that does overcome a lot of situations. And my experience is that many people are not aware of it. They do not realise this rule was changed a few years ago by the state government to overcome the housing crisis. So secondary dwellings are definitely approved and allowed in all council areas, subject to certain rules and building, etc. But they can be done, and done relatively easily.
Thank you, Simon. I was actually aware of that. I actually
Sorry,
investigated tiny homes at the time. But the thing is that someone who has rented all their life, a lot of those people do not have the money to be able to put in, because even a tiny home is not cheap, especially with building regulations now. And I don't know about the other parents in this room, but if I had to take one of my family in to live in a shed, I can assure you I wouldn't want them building a house and making it a permanent situation. I'd be pleased to get rid of them as soon as I could, as soon as I could find somewhere else. So that's to me.
Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say that as a person who has 2 children who have come back home because of the housing crisis, and I've also had parents live in my driveway in a caravan for nearly 9 months because of the housing crisis, I would like to say thank you to Councillor Erkins for this. They, at that time, it was a bit unconceivable to build a secondary dwelling on our property for them, because they did have plans at that time of going to Arana, but that didn't come to fruition, so they ended up actually having to buy another house that was being built behind us. So they were very lucky that they actually were able to buy another house, but if they couldn't, they would still be living in my driveway in a caravan. And probably being very depressed about it, because it's not a nice thing to have to do, to rely on other family members, and it's not something they want to do for a long period of time, but sometimes you have no choice. You really have no choice, and you really rely on family and friends in dire situations like that. So thank you, Councillor Erkins, again for this one.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering if we could also add to your motion caravans, not just about sheds, that people who have a caravan would be able to come into the property as well?
More than happy, Madam Mayor, to add that.
Councillor Potter, are you happy with that addition?
Most definitely, considering it was a caravan my parents were in.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're just going to add caravans. Yes, Councillor Height.
Just to Councillor Sanders' comment about what happens if we end up with 10 sheds. Simon, can you comment on that?
Well,
do we have any sort of limits?
There is definitely a limit. There is basically if you have a normal dwelling, the normal expectation is 1 shed. If they were started to see multiple sheds, it would be deemed a planning application would have to be coming in to what the use of those multiple sheds was. The same way right now, if somebody starts to want to run a business from a shed on their property, they need to apply for planning permission, because effectively the zoning is changing. It is not a normal residential, it is now multiple residentials in multiple sheds, or in the example I was just using of a business or whatever. So yes, you start to get multiple, they will need to apply for planning permission, because suddenly the whole nature of what is happening there is different to that of a normal residential house with 1 shed. Now, occasionally, look, we accept there might be 2 sheds and that, but if they're mainly just to serve the house for storage or workshop or something like that, that's different. If they're going to start to be used for occupancy, as is being suggested, this will come with what we call multiple occupancy, and it will require planning permission.
So I think that, Manager Simon, that Councillor Hyde's question was more around obviously the current situation, but this particular motion, does it need to have a limit, as what Councillor Sander has raised, and I'm just interested to hear Councillor Urquhart's thoughts about what if there was 50 of them? Is that an issue?
Can I say, at the moment, if I've got a 10-bedroom house, I can have 9 of my kids move in with their kids into my house. I mean, you can have as many of your family come and stay in your house. So, I mean, you know, it's probably working with council and saying, you know, well, my daughter is moving back, her husband and their 2 kids, and they're going to be moving into my shed. And then they've got to display to council or how they're going to manage toileting and showering and whatever. But we could also have on that, okay, are they family or are they close family, friends or whatever? And they could say, you know, well, they're people, I met them down the pub last night, but they're really nice, so I want them moving in. Or I have a long-standing, you know, I'm godmother to this girl, and, you know, she's been a close family friend for 20 years. I mean, there is some discretion that needs to be exercised, and I would hope that as a council that we would be using that discretion and looking at it. And I don't think, you know, a lot of people, they don't want to give up their garage to put their kid into it. They want to park their car in the garage. So I don't think that they're going to be, I don't think it's going to be, everyone's going to be suddenly saying, you know, hey, kids, come home, you can move into the shed. And people living in the shed, like, it's not going to be a palace, that's for sure, but it's going to be safer and more comfortable than the alternate. That's what I'm saying. Let's make it that it is more comfortable, and if there is a connection through, you know, friends that, you know, we've been friends for this long, and, you know, we can move in and we can make their life a little better, a little easier, until they are able to find something.
So I think what Councillor Urquhart is saying is that it needs to be a process, that they can't just rock up. It's not as of right. It has to be approved through council's processes.
Yes,
so
exactly. It's the planning. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
it's
so
a
that's
planning process, and again, there are safeguards in there because we can't start to see what we call multiple uses, or potentially like a room in the shed is rented out and then another room in the shed is rented out. That's starting to change again the degree of what's going on there. And again, discretion is important.
Councillor, yeah,
I'm not talking a commercial operation at all. I'm talking family members moving in. I'm not talking a commercial situation where they pay rent. If they were to you know, contribute to the family's expenses while living on the place, that's fair enough. But I'm not talking about it being a commercial operation.
Thank you. So we'll just, Councillor Sander?
See, how are you going to, this is something that we're going to have to look at, because I'm thinking, I've got a 20 by 20 metre shed. I'm handy with timber. I could build 12 rooms in there and have 2 bathrooms and rent them out. But not charge them rent. I could make them work for me. Then it's not passing money over. And they're friends that I met last week. So how are we gonna, I'm worried that this is gonna create easeability for that to happen.
So we've got CEO Marcus.
Mayor, I don't think councillor.
The short
has any
answer
fun.
is the moment you put 12 in there, you'd be a hostel, whether you're charging them rent or not, and you'd have the furries as well as everyone else.
And he doesn't have any
friends.
I've got no friends to worry about,
Yeah.
but I didn't know Jane had 9 kids. But what I'm trying to say is that we just got to make sure that we have this worded correctly, that can't happen.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. Councillor Deneen.
I believe the motion says investigate, and I think we should probably vote on it now.
Okay,
Can I ask one question?
did you want to put that the motion be put? Is that what you're asking for? Or?
Yes, thank you.
So we've got a procedural motion that the motion be put. Someone to second that. Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the motion will be put. Okay, so we're voting on that the South Bank Regional Council investigate a temporary planning instrument or review of local laws and a compliance approach to family or those who relate as family occupation of sheds or caravans with basic amenities during the current housing crisis. The proposal seeks to enable property owners to provide safe accommodation for family or relating to family members within existing new sheds or caravans that contain basic compliant sanitary facilities, with council adopting a supportive and proportionate compliance approach for the duration of the housing crisis to be reviewed in 2 years after it takes effect. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Erkins, for your passionate consideration of our housing crisis. So we're moving on to Councillor divisional updates. So I will start. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to remind you of the official opening of the upgrades to the Coolabunga sale yards. There will be a breakfast provided at 7 a.m. and the opening will be at 8 a.m. before the regular cattle sale on Thursday, the 26th of February 2026. We are also holding a renewables public meeting because of the impacts of these and issues with minimum setbacks and decommissioning. The date is set for Wednesday, February 25th in the Cumbia Hall. It will be 5:30 for a 6 p.m. start, with a supper served by the Cumbia Hall Committee at 8 p.m. when we will close the meeting. Applications are still open for Council's community grants and will close at the end of February. Forms are available on Council's website or at any customer service centre. Funding of up to $3,000 is for not-for-profit groups for infrastructure upgrades or to help with an event. Council also offers in-kind support throughout the year, for example, rubbish bins, chairs, marquees, or assistance with traffic management plans. And councillors also have discretionary funds with a maximum of $1,000 available to assist not-for-profit groups outside funding rounds. There will be council community meetings again, mostly through the month of April. At these meetings, we will be providing feedback on what we have achieved, and there will be an opportunity to update the community plans prior to council's budget. The month of March is fast approaching, and this begins our show season. Please support our local shows because they are an opportunity to showcase our region, but particularly supporting our rural communities. I would like to congratulate the Animal Management Centre team on the wonderful open day and opening, which I had the privilege of being part of. It was great to see the love of animals that our staff obviously have and meet some of the volunteers who help at the facility, particularly the furry mascot who was a feature. A big thank you to the roads team on the work that you are doing. I have had some great feedback on some of the gravel roads, with customers phoning me to provide feedback, most recently on 2 very long and sometimes problematic roads, Gayndah Heisel and Manar Road. In closing, I would like to thank the staff and my fellow councillors. It is a privilege to work and serve with such a great team. Thank you. So now hand over to Councillor Jane Erkins for Division 1 update.
Thank you. Recently, we had a day with no workshops or meetings, so I had the opportunity to personally inspect our gravel roads. The work being carried out is excellent, and I have received many compliments from residents regarding the high standard our staff are maintaining. It's always encouraging to receive positive feedback. And I extend my sincere thanks to our hard-working team for their continued dedication. And I'd also like to encourage our community, if you pass our guys out working on the roads, or whether they're in the gardens, digging up the gardens, you know, we've had some really bad hot weather of late, and I'm sure that a bit of appreciation from the community goes a long way to helping these guys and girls. I'm also pleased to report that I have finally been contacted by a representative from Telstra This is following our meeting about lack of phone service. I'll be meeting with him to discuss the ongoing lack of reliable phone service in the South Burnett. This remains an important issue for our community, and I look forward to strongly advocating for improved connectivity. There is upcoming funding available for the Game On, and there will be some public meetings held for sports organisations, and I encourage you all to attend to see how we can work to get the best funding that is out there available. Ringsfield House continues to attract a significant number of visitors, which is wonderful to see. The monthly morning teas held on the first Saturday of each month are going exceptionally well, and I believe we served something like 130 morning teas at the last one. My sincere thanks to the fabulous and dedicated volunteers who make these gatherings so welcoming and enjoyable. I also like to add, I think many of my friends have got me on caller ID so that when I ring up close to an event, they know not to answer. I would also like to I'd also like to see more community events held at Ringsfield House, particularly to showcase the beautiful gardens that our staff lovingly maintain. This space is a real asset to our town and deserves to be enjoyed by both residents and visitors. And we will be holding the Back to Nanango Day up there this month, which is always a great day. It will be combined with the handmade market, which I believe has around 50 stalls. It was a pleasure to work alongside the Tourist Association to see the Masonic Lodge open on the last market day. This provides an additional attraction for both visitors and locals. The motor at the Information Centre also operates on the first Saturday of the month and remains a fascinating piece of Nanango's history. That gives 3 things for people to go and see, as well as our great markets. The members of the Masonic Lodge contributed enormously to our local community over many years, and their final act was to gift the lodge to the Historical Society. It is now owned by the Heritage Community Bank and is cared for by the Tourist Association. So I'd like to also mention that the lodge has a meeting room available at a very modest cost for community groups seeking a venue. I chaired the AGM of the Nanango Theatre Group recently and congratulate both the incoming and outgoing committee members who remain the same. Their ongoing commitment reflects the strength and continuity of this valued organisation, and I was also very pleased to hear that they have secured the final funding to proceed with their extensions. I'm enthusiastic about our Youth Council and look forward to discussing options for the Blue Light Skating Ring in Nanango. This will provide valuable opportunities for young people to engage and connect. Council staff travelled with me to Wattle Camp recently to meet a resident who has raised concerns at his place. We were able to discuss possible options and provide guidance in what was a productive and positive conversation. During that visit, we also met with representatives from the Wattle Camp Rural Fire Brigade to discuss issues they are facing. These discussions are vital to ensure our local rural fire brigades have the support and resources they need to continue protecting our communities. Recently, I attended a bingo morning hosted by the Nanango RSL Auxiliary. This group does tremendous work supporting veterans and the broader community, and it was wonderful to see their efforts firsthand. I also stopped by the Barefoot Bowlers on Friday night to their social night, which looked great fun with plenty of laughter and good company. There are many organisations in Nanango that provide social opportunities. The Nanango Community Centre, located at the old Scout building, is another wonderful example. The Nanango Rock and Roll Group offer a great place to meet and connect, and they gather at Tara's Hall on Wednesday night. And I'd like to thank everyone who contributes to making Nanango such a vibrant, supportive and active community. I look forward to continuing to work together for the benefit of all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'll call on Councillor Linda Little for Division 2 update.
Good morning to everybody in the room and watching online. Well, it's been another very busy month with plenty of meetings and workshops to attend. This month, Mayor Cathy stood down as the chair of the Cultural Heritage Working Group and handed the baton over to me. I chaired my first meeting a couple of weeks ago, and plans are underway for the South Burnett to host a multicultural festival later in this year. I will keep everyone updated with the progress of this event as more details are confirmed. Recently, Councillor Heath and Councillor Deb and I attended a Queensland Treasury Corporation training day at Bundaberg. This was attended by mayors and councillors from other regions as well, and it was very informative and relevant information for our upcoming budget workshops. I was invited to attend a morning tea at the beautiful Ringsfield House with Sisters in Sync. This was the first time I had been with this group of women, and it was a really lovely morning, and I thank you for including me in your invitation to attend. Mayor Cathy and I attended the AGM for the Bunya Mountains Community Association, where I chaired the meeting. I'm happy to report that the past committee was re-elected unopposed, and the plans for the community centre are well underway. Councillor Jane, Mayor Cathy and I also attended the Cedar Vale Natural History Museum 50-year celebration recently. It was great to see 2 members from the original committee there in attendance. If you have not visited the Bunyas lately, I highly recommend a visit to the museum and to enjoy the recent upgrades to the Dandy Bar picnic area. Thank you to the Blackbutt Banarkin Aged Care for the wonderful Comedy for a Cause fundraiser on Saturday night. The whole evening was great fun, and the comedians provided some very funny entertainment. We even had a special guest appearance by Mayor Dolly Parton, which certainly livened up the evening for a lot of the people who were in attendance. I was the lucky winner of the auction, and I got this lovely silver bracelet made by Mayor Cathy. I was really determined to get it, so I'm very pleased I won the auction. In closing, I would like to thank all the SBRC staff for all their help and assistance that I get whenever I have something that I need help with. They provide some wonderful information, and they help make my job so much easier. Also, I'd like to thank all the grounds crews on the roads crews and our parks and gardens for always putting in 100% and making this region the beautiful area that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I'll now call on Councillor Potter to provide the Division 3 update, and I just wanted to say that Councillor Potter is doing an amazing, since she's had both knees operated on. She's incredible, so thank you. I hand over to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, much appreciated. Firstly, I would actually like to thank the staff and volunteers, as already mentioned by the Mayor at the Animal Management Centre, for putting on such a wonderful day last Saturday. With so many adoptions, up a total of 21 adoptions in all, 16 being cats and 5 being dogs, and there were 30 free microchips done. I'm looking forward to our next open day, because I do believe that was really a great night, a great day for everyone, and for the residents that got their Valentine's Day wish. So I think that's fantastic. So we recently got an email from the first Vice District Governor of the Lions 201 Q4, John Campbell, with regards to the Thabinga Lions Club and telling us that they're going to host the first free trade day on Wednesday the 8th of May in Kingaroy. Tim has been actively engaged with local businesses and tradespeople who are keen to participate in this worthwhile community project. Nominations for individuals or families seeking assistance are now open and will remain open for about 8 weeks. The closing for this is Friday the 10th of April. They've already received their first nomination, with the same individual being nominated by 2 separate people, which does highlight the genuine need within our community. So by spreading the word and supporting this initiative, you can help ensure those most in need are aware of the opportunity. Nominations can be submitted to Free Trade Day by the person requiring assistance or by someone nominating on their behalf. To qualify, the nominees must be the homeowner, require work that can be completed in a single day, reside within the Kingaroy postcode. The following circumstances will also be considered, and they are financial hardship, living without essential services, health and safety concerns, and personal trauma with significant life challenges. Also, if you're a tradie who's willing to give a few hours of your time on the 8th of May this year to help those in our community who need our support, or as I said before, if you need the help or want to register someone, please go to the Free Trade Day and register yourself or someone else. Last night we attended the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce meet and greet, and I was actually very grateful that they approached me to tell me that they were actually going to support the South Burnett young professionals. So I do thank the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce for supporting the South Burnett young professionals for our next function. The RADF and community grants are open until the end of February, so if the Regional Arts Development Fund and our community grants, so please, if you've got applications, you've got to get them in by the 28th of February. If you're not sure, please give Council a call and have a chat to Georgia. The Youth Council Leadership and Planning Day is on Saturday the 28th of February. This will be an opportunity for all the South Burnett Youth Council to meet and start working together for our community. We are very lucky to have some amazing and community-minded youth who have put themselves out there. They are all very incredible, and we are truly lucky to have such an amazing group of youth within the South Burnett. To finish with, Dinner Under the Stars is here again on Saturday the 28th of February, and the committee is proud to be working with the Kingaroy Men's Shed again to bring you a night full of wonderful music, fantastic food and amazing company. Tickets are available online from Sticky Tickets or Kingaroy Office Central, and I hope to see you there, and all profits will go to help Life Flight within our community, which is a huge benefit for the whole community because, as I said, Life Flight do over 200 flights in and out of the South Burnett every single year, and it costs somewhere between $16,000 and $25,000 per flight. So it's very, very imperative that we help support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Hand over to Councillor Deneen to give the Division 4 update.
Good morning, everybody here and online. Thank you for attending. I had the pleasure of attending a welcome to our new trainees during some of their introduction training in this room last week. What a great group of young people we've managed to add to our fabulous staff. I'm fortunate to chair the Biosecurity Advisory Committee meetings, which are just going to become a template for other areas. Being involved in that is Biosecurity Queensland, the DPI, BIEDO, councils from Cherbourg, Gympie, Western Downs and Toowoomba. So it's really getting people in talking about the concerns of the region, and there's many of them. There's many problems with weeds and looking after livestock as well as the ground. So we really appreciate having that. We've had really interesting discussions with people regarding the Residential Activation Fund, and we look forward to that, some funding from the state government coming to our region, crossing our fingers. We're going to have applications in for that, and as we're focused on housing, I'm certainly hoping that gets up. I've been to one of our local schools, St John's, and they're going super well. They've got a great team, wonderful students, and planning for a little bit more in there, which is lovely. We are privileged in this area to have really impeccable schools for every town. All of the schools just are amazing. That's, I think, part of the reason we turn out such good young people in this area. And adding to that, I'm sure we all read about young Austin Appleby, who, of course, when you realised he was an Army cadet, That's what they learn at Army Cadets, and we have a couple of units in this area. So if you have young people interested in pursuing goals, becoming better people, that's a great place to start. Yes, Nanango races. It was a miserable day Saturday, wasn't it? And the Animal Management Centre opening went great, and so did the Nanango races. Lovely to see the 3 race clubs coming together and supporting each other. The same volunteers go to those 3 race meetings, so Cumbia, Wondai and Nanango, and it was Valentine's Day. I have a little bit to do with Fashions of the Field, and luckily I have now secured our wonderful Delise Height to take over. And they came from the Gold Coast to Bundaberg for Fashions, and it was amazing. A great day, and I know the club is now, given the successes going forward, is now looking at funding opportunities, joint funding opportunities, because they are working very hard to upgrade the training track and the facilities there, and they're well on their way to making what I believe will be a great hub for racing in the area. And we also have had meetings with a few key people recently about the upgrades to Memorial Park. As many of you are aware, we have ongoing plans for that whole precinct, and it continues to be discussed and funding searched for, which is the way of government these days. You're always looking for co-contributions and funding sources, and our wonderful staff are very good at that. So that's probably pretty much sums up what I wanted to talk about this morning, but to add to everybody else's sentiments, to say that we're so blessed with the staff we have. The biosecurity meeting is really supported heavily by Leanne and her staff, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, as well as everybody else here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. I'll hand over to Councillor Sander for the Division 5 update.
So good morning, everybody. So I had full intentions of being a good councillor and writing out my update this morning, and I left it on the table. So I'm just going to try and wing it and remember what we've been up to. So I wanted to point out that there's 3 shows coming up in the local region. So we've got Proston and Gamari and Mergen in the next coming month. So these guys do an awesome job on putting on the shows, and I urge everyone to attend whichever show they can during that time. We've had some roadworks done out on, Kathy stole my thunder to say that we've had some good feedback on Manar Road and the Highsville Gayndah Road. They reckon that the Highsville Gayndah Road's probably the best it's been in 10 years, is what one of the farmers out there have said. And but there is a bit of damage to one of the bridges out there, so there's a bypass there at the moment, and we were worried about a bit of rain coming through and taking that bypass out on the weekend, but it didn't eventuate. So I believe BOM left, they added an extra 0 to the amount of rainfall that we've got in the region. So there was also there's some works out on Moffordale, out at Rippengale Street that we've done, and the rainfall that they got out there was probably up around the 80 to 90 mil, and the roadworks that we have done out there actually held up, and there's been no further damage to that section of the road. I just want to point out to the residents on Middleton's Road, I believe that there's some works being carried out there shortly due to damage to the road. And also with Silverleaf Road, around that area of the Wilsons Road intersection, there'll be some emergent works to be done to some damage there. That's dangerous at the moment, and Kangaroo Yard Road, which I believe works are underway there very shortly. So I just want to also point out that the staff over that Christmas break and still currently, like I've had numerous comments on the quality of work and workmanship and care that's been taken in the cemeteries. I had multiple calls over the last 2 weeks from people that have visited the cemetery, specifically Mergen and Tabinga. And because I put a post up on Facebook about the new cemeteries team, and everyone's letting me know that that the quality of work that's there at the moment and is being maintained to a high standard. And in saying that, with our parks, so the cemetery guys have actually taken over the cemeteries, which allows the parks team to spend more time in their area rather than trying to maintain the cemeteries as well. So I've seen an increase in time being spent in the parks, and you can see in Mergen and Wandai specifically, because that's where, and Proston, where I spend most of my time, you can see the increased time being spent. So I'd like to thank those guys and their managers and everyone involved in that. We said when we first got in that we were going to, well, me specifically was going to try and keep the roads up to a standard. I believe that we have, that the roads are being better maintained, but that also comes as a cost, at a cost. So there's always not enough money to go around, but we try, and we try to spread it across the region and do the best we can. Sometimes decisions are made and that are beyond our control, and there's funding that has to go certain ways, but we try to work with that and do the best we can. I attended a very wet Boondooma Dam fishing comp on the weekend, the Yellow Belly comp, and it was well attended for the conditions that were there. I believe the weather scared a few people away, and Sunday's presentation was probably the most rain they had over that 3-day period. And but it was good to see all the youth. So there was probably more juniors won than adults in that fishing comp on the weekend, and they also added the biggest pest, which I didn't win, but it was the red claw, biggest red claw, which a company sponsored. And it was good to see that they've added something different to try and just enhance that competition. So it was good to see so many winners and prizes and the sponsors that supported that over the week. Probably didn't do too bad from running it off the top of my head, but we're always contactable. Please let us know whether we love getting feedback, whether it's, well, we prefer positive feedback, but we're always happy to take negative stuff too, so that we can try and work with the community and the council to try and get a better outcome for everyone. That's our role, which we're there to help the community, so and to make things better. So we're always contactable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Hand over to Deputy Mayor Roz for the Division 6 update.
Thank you. Welcome to a quick update of Division 6. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the Wandai Army Cadets on their open day last month. It's a wonderful opportunity for young people, and well done to Andrew and his team. I love seeing young kids in cadets. I think it really sets them up for life. A couple of AGMs I attended this month by Edo AGM, which is continuing to deliver for our region. But after 13 years, I've actually stood down from the board to ensure that the board doesn't get stale and we get new faces in there. But I still continue to highly value the work Edo does in our region, and I thank the board and the staff for their work, and certainly continue to wish them to continued success. Another AGM was the Wandai Show AGM. Congratulations to the executive, largely unchanged, for your great work. The Wandai Show, like Councillor Sander mentioned, is another great show in our region, and it's a great community group delivering for our region for this show. I attended the Biosecurity Committee, which is working well to battle the many biosecurity risks we face. It is a little bit of an uphill battle trying to fix everything, but I'm really pleased with Councillor Deneen and that committee, who are working to address the biosecurity risks in our region. Two other meetings, the Traffic Advisory Committee worked together to make our roads safer. Each meeting they do actually consider the traffic fatalities and look at whether there's something we could have done to change that road or what contributed to that accident. So very unpleasant discussing road fatalities, but it's good that they used as an opportunity to try and make the road safer. And also the Regional Roads Transport Group works cooperatively with adjoining councils, neighbouring councils, to try and allocate funds to make all the roads safer. I met with the residents of Tingura, well, a number of residents from Tingura this month. I'm pleased that we have surveyed and designed the drainage system for the whole township, which, being built on a hill, does tend to have drainage issues. And next financial year, we will start doing just one road with a full drainage, with new road, with curb and channel. It will take a very long time and a lot of money to fix all the problems with the drainage in Tingura, but I'm excited that we have started. Wondai Business Network have started back for this year with lots of exciting plans, and also last night with the KCCI, another great meeting of people working together to benefit the region. A few councillors mentioned the roads, and I do think we are progressing. It is another uphill battle. It's always a challenge to get all our roads to the standard that everybody would like, but I'm pleased, and particularly some of the flood work that's coming through, I think is improving. And it's really good when we can do betterment, because there's so many roads that every time it rains, the same old road washes out. And it's really good if we can actually cement that causeway or waterway, and then we fixed it once and for all. So it's great if we can do that. So that's a quick summary of Division 6, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ross. So do we have any questions on the business outstanding? So the recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that. Councillor Little. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. Just resolution 2025-243, licence to occupy Les Muller Hut at
What page is it on?
it's on page 40 of the agenda. So this first came to council in November last year, and I see an update on the 20th of January saying that a deed of licence to occupy drafted and is awaiting review. I'm just wondering how much longer it's going to take to have that draft reviewed and sent to the AVOFES committee to be able to sign the lease, 5-year lease, please.
General Manager Kerry.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So with this licence to occupy, is actually currently being reviewed and completed today. So we're hoping to get that through to them signing by the end of the week.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you, Councillor Little. So any other questions? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 12.1 on page 50, the acting CEO appointment. So the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approves the Chief Executive Officer leave from Monday the 16th of March 2026 to Friday the 27th of March 2026 and appoints GM Aaron Meehan as acting Chief Executive Officer. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Deneen. So any speakers? So I'd just like to thank CEO Mark for his continuous dedication, commitment, and sometimes we all come at him in different directions. He does an amazing job to navigate not only the council team but also the 300 odd staff that we have. So just wanted to say thank you, and I think you have a well-deserved break. And I'm looking forward to acting GM Aaron taking the reins for that short period. So any other speakers? No, all good? Oh, Councillor Sander.
I thought you were just going to say you're looking forward to hooking into Aaron.
Well, that's just a given.
To also point out that our CEO is not only the work that he does in council, but he was down there cooking sausages on the weekend at the official opening of the animal refuge, and he's also very instrumental in the training awards and Rotary. I know he contributes a lot to our community, and I'd really like to encourage more of our staff to get involved and, you know, in the community, because it is a great community. And congratulations to Mark for what he does. It's great.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other comments, questions? If not, we're ready to vote. Put it to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item, we've just got one more minute, and I think we'll just do this last one. The next item is 12.2 on page 51, Boyedo Board Representative. So the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council appoint Councillor Deb Deneen, South Bennett Regional Council Representative, and myself, Kathy Duff, South Bennett Regional Council Representative, as the council representatives to the Boyedo Board. Someone to that council. Erkins, any discussion, questions? Put it to the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Would someone like to move that we resume the council meeting? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to the item 12.3 on page 53, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Internal Audit Policy. So the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Internal Audit Policy Statutory 019 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
This is really just a review. There's no major changes to the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.4 on page 58, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Fraud and Corruption Prevention Management Policy. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Fraud and Corruption Prevention Management Policy Statutory 021 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the, any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.6 on page 70, the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council. 12.5, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council on page 65, Risk and Audit Committee Policy. So that one there, the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Audit Committee Policy Statutory 022 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any questions? Councillor Erkins.
Can I just quickly say that, you know, we go through these and people think that, you know, it's just a, tick and flick, but these have all been workshopped with staff who advise the legal complications and the guidelines that we must comply with, just to let people know that that's what happens. They don't just come in here and ticked and flicked.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, for pointing that out. Yes, we have certainly workshopped them, and they've been circulated around and checked by the staff and our council team. So any other questions on that one or comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 12.6, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk Management Policy. And that one there is on page 70. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk Management Policy Statutory 020 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 12.7 on page 78. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Internal Audit, CRIA, Framework Statutory 064 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.8 on page 83. And this one is the electronic signatures policy. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council electronic signatures policy strategic 035 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.1 on page 87, the monthly financial information. And the officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works program as at the 31st of January 2026, be received and noted. Someone move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. I'll hand over to GM Kerry to update us on our financial situation.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash equivalents at the end of January amounted to 59.22 million, with around 32.49 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 26.7% of the amended budget, or up to 41.6% when taking into account current commitments. Recurrent revenue is sitting at 56% of the amended budget, and the recurrent expenditure is sitting at 67%. The second quarter budget review has been completed and has been submitted in today's agenda for adoption. All of Council's financial ratios are currently within the targeted ranges. At the end of January, outstanding rates payable were sitting at 3.73%, which is below Council's target of 7%. And approximately 37% of those properties with rates outstanding are currently on payment plans. Rate notices for the January to June period are due to be issued on the 27th of February with a due date of the 1st of April. I now present the January monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, GM Kerry. Councillor Erkins.
Could you just tell me again, what were the percentage that are on payment plans of the outstanding rates?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, we've got about 37% of properties that have an outstanding rates balance on payment plans.
So it's really good to see the amount that the outstanding rates is down. You know, that's really good, and I congratulate the rates team for working with community. It's a bit disappointing that only 37% of those outstanding. I just don't know whether we promote enough or publicise enough that if you do have rates outstanding, to please contact our rates department, because they will work out a payment plan and stop you getting further behind, and you know, makes it a lot easier to go onto those payment plans. Thanks, Kerry. Great job, but
yes, so thank you. That is good feedback, good comments, Councillor Erkins. Any other questions, Councillor Sander?
On page 105, it's disappointing to see that we're seeking $199,000 in overdue animal registrations.
So, GM Kerry, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So, as Council might be aware, that recently we have sent out reminder text messages and notices to people reminding them of their animal registrations. So the next step after that is then to do our inspection program to check. And so that balance of $199,000 at the end of January not only includes this current year, if anyone's got any outstanding, it's also the previous 2 years if people haven't paid for those as well. So we'll do a bit of a program just to try and tidy that up a little bit more and get records updated. You know, if people's animals have passed away during that period, we will try and get all of that updated as well.
Thank you, GM Kerry. Councillor Hyde.
Through you to GM Kerry, can we charge interest on registration? So when your dog registration turns up, it's this, or there's a discount if you pay by a certain time, you know, to provide incentive to people to pay on time, because we don't do that, do we?
No, through you, Madam Mayor, we don't currently charge interest on anything other than outstanding rates and charges. We could have a little bit of a look into what potential options we have with either discounts or interest being charged on overdue accounts for other modules. We can have a look into that if you'd like.
It would be worth it to just give people an incentive to pay it on time. So, thank you.
So did you want to put do we need to,
I'm
you'll
happy
just
for
make a note?
GM Kerry to investigate.
Just investigate that, okay. So Councillor Erkins or Sander, who was first?
Yeah.
Councillor Erkins?
I'm just wondering, of those outstanding rates, would we have any idea how many of those people are still in the area, or whether they're people who have, you know, registered a dog and then just left because of the over 2 years old, or how many of those dogs are possibly deceased? Because I have had a number of people tell me that they have come in, they have written to council informing them that their dog is deceased, and they are still getting notices to register their dog. So I just don't know if there's a little bit of a breakdown there somewhere, but I was actually at the Kennel Club meeting the other night where they told me, one lady told me that she had a dog was deceased, and you know, quite a few years ago, and she had notified council, but still getting notifications that it needs registering.
Thank you. GM Kerry, did you want to comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, so we can have a little bit of a look at our processes just to make sure that those types of things have been cleaned up since that incident might have happened. But essentially what the inspection program will look at is focusing on those people where we have registrations currently outstanding, and we will be going to those properties to have a look. Are the dogs still there? Are they not? And we'll focus on those ones first.
Thank you. Councillor Sander?
I've also got, there's 3 questions on notice here. So number that's entered in the other spend, number 138, $4,260. It says for soil testing. I thought we had our own soil testing lab, so I just want to know why we're using other contractors for that. The other spend that was emailed out just before. There's also another one here, number 146, for $11,037.14 to JJ Richards for Kingaroy Depot. Just want to know what that one is. The cost was $11,037.14. And then there was another one in here for, it was for ballistic. Oh, there's one here for number 154, Coogee QCA, for $1,575.20 for the Wandai Pool. And there was one in here for $9. I want to know what you could get for $9 from ballistic training. $148. Yeah, $9.60 for ballistic training solutions. Oh, it says there Cert 3, so it'll be just a certificate probably. That one we can leave that one out. Yeah, drop it. There probably will be more. It's just that, and I can just send them through to Kerry to get clarification because we just got this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So any other questions? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.2 on page 135. The second quarter review. The officer's recommendation is that in accordance with section 1703 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 25-26 operational budget be adopted. And number 2, that in accordance with section 1703 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 2025-26 capital budget be adopted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, second by Councillor Potter. Any questions, discussion? GM Kerry, did you want to give an update?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. With regards to the income statement, the operational deficit has increased by $181,000 to $3.714 mil. The main contributors to this variance includes increases to legal fees of $100,000, additional $32,000 in IT subscriptions due to the implementation of CrowdStrike to assist with cybersecurity measures, and an additional $36,000 in yearly workers' compensation premiums. With regards to the capital program, the second quarter has seen an increase to the yearly budget of approximately $453,000. This movement is mainly due to the successful grant application for installation of solar panels on multiple council facilities. And if anyone has any questions, happy to answer those. Yeah.
So thank you, GM Kerry. Any questions to General Manager Kerry? Everyone happy to vote? So it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is Council appointees 2026 Anzac Day ceremonies. Oh, sorry. 13.3 on page 148. So the 13.3, review of annual operational plan, second quarter. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with S.1743 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, receive the assessment of the progress towards implementing the South Bennett Regional Council Operational Plan 25-26. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So any questions? Any comments? Did you want to speak to this one, CEO Mark? Or
Happy, it's a half-year review and happy to take questions, Mayor, which is a fair chunk of a document.
no questions? Or Councillor Sander?
When I first got in, the first thing CEO Mark said to me was, I'm not going to be able to tolerate how slow government moves. And this document, there's a lot of comments in here that relates to that. It's very, very slow. It takes a long time to try and do something. And it frustrates the hell out of me. And when you see some of the comments on here, how slow some of the stuff's moving, it's unbelievable. And I don't think, like, the public would see it. If you run your own business, you could swap things around really quick. But there's a lot of laws that councils have to abide by and what local government has to do and stuff like that. So I can, looking at it from the other way now, I can see it, but it still frustrates the hell out of me.
That's right. Whereas a business might be able to be a bit more flexible, the government, we as local government, we have to tick every single box. We have to really make sure that we're 100%, doing everything by the absolute book. So, any other questions, comments? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 13.4 on page 188. That one is the council appointees 2026 Anzac Day ceremonies, and the officer's recommendation is that the following South Bennett Regional Council representatives attend the respective ceremonies and carry out responsibilities as required on behalf of council. So there's a table there, and we've added CEO Mark will do the Badooma Homestead, and then Helen Floyd, who is with Exec Services, will do the Maidenwell Memorial Service, Main Street Monument and attendance and lay the wreath for Maidenwell. And CEO Mark will also fill that gap at the dawn service. So we thank our staff for stepping up and for filling those gaps. So is everyone else happy with their spots? Deputy Mayor Ross?
Happy with it, but just wanted to make the comment to the community that it's not possible to be in more than one place at any one time. And Anzac Day is one of those times when we would love to be in 6 different places at the same time, but we do our best to make sure all segments of the community are well serviced, but we just can't always be everywhere.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ross. And some councillors and myself are going to a number of services on that morning. And Councillor Deneen?
Would you mind if I just was added to the Wirral, which I always go to with Ros, because I have a strong connection with that community, having had my 4 children go through Wirral State School and be in the bugle band.
So on the Wirral page 190, we're going to add Councillor Deneen as well as Councillor Hyde. So everyone else happy with the list as is? Councillor Sander?
We're just, with the Proston school one and the Mergen school one, as long as they don't clash, because I know last year they clashed at the same time, I couldn't attend Proston. As long as the days align.
Thank you. The school one will be on the Friday.
Yeah, I think last year it clashed. Mergen State and Proston State did it at exactly the same
Oh,
time.
okay. So that's an issue, isn't it? So do we want to put a separate, a different representative for the two?
Well, I can phone them and find out, and then we can amend it, but it's not a major, we can just see, I'll talk to the school.
CEO Mark, are you happy with that process? Okay. Are we ready to, it's been moved and seconded. Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, wasn't it? I thought Councillor Linda Little and I think Councillor Potter seconded it. So now we're moving on to item 13.5 on page 192. So this one has to be lifted off the table. So would someone move that we lift this item off the table? That's Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the officer's recommendation, moving on to well, it's actually now we're just dealing with the resolution, which was moved originally by Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Sander. So it does need a mover and seconder. Sorry, they were the ones that moved the original lay on the table. So we'll go with a mover that the council approve the development permit for a material change of use for shop and service industry at 4850 King Street, Nanengo, and described as Lot 137 and Lot 138 on N231, subject to the following conditions. So someone wanted to move that. Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. So we'll open it up for discussion. So Councillor Little.
Yes, I'd like to move a amendment. And unfortunately, I'm really sorry, I don't know which...
It's actually Gen 1, so...
Gen 1. Okay, sorry, so Gen 1 in... Yeah, page 193, in the general approved document, development must be maintained generally in accordance with the approved plans and documents, except where amended by the conditions of this permit. So I would like to amend that to say that the caretaker's building residence needs to be 6 metres set back to the side boundary, please.
So that's an amendment. So if the mover and seconder both agree to it, it just becomes part of the motion. So does the seconder agree with that one? That was Councillor Deneen. You agree with that change? So that becomes the motion. So Councillor Little, did you want to speak to the motion?
I do. So the reason I'd like to have this added is that the caretaker's residence is in close proximity to an existing business on that boundary. That business is a caravan repair business, so I just believe where they have it cited on the plan at the current time, that there could end up being a conflict between the person in the residence and the business owners due to noise levels and or the solvent smell intruding onto the resident's place. So I just think how it was originally on the plan is far too close, and we just need to move it over to allow a little bit more peace and amenity.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments, discussion? So, Manager Simon, did you want us to talk to this one and the amendment?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, some degree of setback, if is logical, if it's possible. I mean, in terms of the applicant is acceptance of that demand, I think that's quite an acceptable. I think it's wise to have some expectation for what may occur from the adjacent property. So I think there is some very much logic in that request. I see no planning objection to that.
So that's great. So usually when we move something that
No, I mean, this is logical. This is logical.
Absolute. Well done, Councillor Little. Okay, any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.6 on page 246, list of correspondence pending. So the officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as at the 9th of February 2026 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any questions? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that there is a lot there. This is a long list, and there is a lot of work being done within the South Burnett, and thank you to those that are putting their faith within the South Burnett and the South Burnett community. So this is just an amazing list of developers and things that are going to happen within the South Burnett. It's very exciting to see what's happening in our area in the future.
It is very exciting, so thank you, Councillor Potter, for those comments. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.7 on page 251, and that one there is the list, the delegated authority reports list, 13.7. This recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of January 2026. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any questions, discussion? If not, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 13.8 on page 253. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council agree to amend the opening hours to the public for the Animal Management Centre as per option, what are we going with? As per option 2 in the report. Opening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the 1st, and no, that's not. I think, does someone want to move that we change it? I think we wanted option 1 for 3 hours. That was a discussion. So would someone like to, move, I'll move that we open for 3 hours every Saturday, option 1. So, and that's been seconded by Deputy Mayor Ros. So, yes, we had some discussion yesterday about options. There was open for 4 hours every Saturday, open for 1 to 2 Saturdays a month for the 4 hours, or open Saturdays by appointment only. So the councillors, we've all thought about this and thought the 3 hours on every Saturday would be the most suitable for the staff and the community. So that's the what I'd like to put forward. So Councillor Erkins.
I'm speaking against the motion.
Councillor Erkins, would you speak against the motion? Okay.
I believe one of the discussion points was the fact that the first and third Saturday was difficult for people to understand, but I think a lot of organisations have their meetings on the 1st and 3rd or the 2nd or the 4th. I don't think it's that difficult to work that out, and I believe it was a fair cost saving to change, and it was also one of the considerations was the toll on staff who they would be having to keep it open every weekend or every Saturday, whereas if it was the 1st and 3rd, it would ensure that staff had some time off. And I think, I don't know about you guys, but I find it very emotional just to go to the Animal Management Centre, because it's very sad to see animals being dropped off there. Sad for not only the animals, but quite often for the owners who are having to put them there. So I would imagine staff would be under a fair bit of stress. It would be a very stressful place for them to work, and I think it would be nice to think that we would be guaranteeing them those weekends every second weekend off, which is why I'd like to, that's why I'm speaking against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Hyde.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Erkins, but the staff have to be there every day to feed and clean and everything else. And as was apparent on the opening day on Saturday, is if we can get people into the centre, they see that gorgeous doggy or puppy or cat, and we really need to do what we can to encourage adoption. And it's also the best thing about the Animal Management Centre is you can only adopt an animal that's desexed, or you bring it back next week to be desexed or whatever. And that's what we want, responsible pet ownership. So we need to do our utmost to get these animals adopted rather than people taking their neighbour's puppy and then not getting round to getting it desexed, and then of course we get more puppies. So I'm really keen that it should be every Saturday to try and encourage more people to be getting their lovely furry friends from the Animal Management Centre, because they are vaccinated, desexed, microchipped, and it's encouraging responsible pet ownership. So I am supportive. I think I'd actually say 9 to 12, but I'm not too worried whether it's 10 to 1 or 9 to 12, but that's just my thought. Up to you, Madam Mayor.
So we've got currently 10 to 1. Do we want to change it to 9 to 12?
Sorry,
10 to 1?
Just probably to let you know, the staff out at the Animal Management Centre had said 10 is the best. That gives them a couple of hours to do the cleaning of the cages before the public can potentially come in.
Okay, so Councillor Sander?
I'm also thinking if it was from 10 to 1, it gives those people that work till 12 a very short opportunity to get out there, but it's there.
So any other speakers? So Councillor Erkins? You've had one go against, but you can have it. Well, I'm breaking protocol, but yes.
I understand what you're saying, Councillor, and in the perfect world that would be a great thing, but I just see the more it's open, the more irresponsible cat owners especially have an opportunity to basically dump their kittens. So, it would be nice if we thought that everyone did the right thing, and it's a terrible thing that we have to deal with, caused mainly by irresponsible pet owners, really. So, I can't disagree with what you're saying, but I still would prefer it, just twice a month to allow staff. I understand that they're going out there and they're having to clean and feed as well, but they're not having to deal with public, which I think as we all know, is one of the toughest things. Doesn't matter what job you got, dealing with the public's difficult.
So, Councillor.
I probably don't.
Okay, so I might exercise my right of reply. So thank you, Councillor Erkins, for pointing that out. But I do think the staff actually, and when I was there, when we were all there for the Animal Management Centre opening, I thought the staff were quite excited when people came and they actually liked the interaction, and particularly when people wanted to see the pets. So I don't agree that the staff don't like the dealing. I noticed that they were. I was trying to get them over together for a photo, and they were actually following the staff, the customers, out and making sure that they were happy with their. There was one lady bought an animal. I think it was a cat, and one of our staff went all the way out to a car to make sure she was able to get it in safely into the car, and they were sort of enjoyed the interaction. So I actually think that because they're going to be there in any case, and weekends, everyone works through the week. It is a great opportunity, as Councillor Hyde said, for the potentially the adoption of animals. And we do need to probably let the community know that we are not wanting those feral cats to be picked up and taken to the Animal Management Centre, because it's a real problem, and at the moment we haven't been able to fit any more in because there's just too many cats, and a lot of them are not pet cats, they're actually feral cats. So we just just wanting to let the community know that it's really about the pets that we would encourage more so than feral cats. So any other comments? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So I'll just ask that again. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Erkins has voted against it, so it's been carried, 6 votes to 1. So the next item is the Principal Cycle Network Plan Review on page 255, item 14.1. The officer's recommendation is that Council endorse the below changes to the Principal Cycle Network Plan. Well, there's a whole list of changes. And
Danielle, could you throw, and then we added in the email points that we received from Councillor Hyde as discussed. Oops. Yep, no, but they may need a bit of, we haven't played with the wording, Ros. So if there's things that we need to tidy up in those.
Yeah.
So would someone like to move that we'll ask someone to move, Councillor Hyde, second by, who wants to second that? Councillor Little. So Councillor Hyde, did you want to speak to that and also potentially explain to those listening and to those in the gallery and to the councillors the additional roads that you have or cycleways that you've added? And yes, I'll just ask you to comment on those in particular. Sure. Thank you.
So I've spoken to a couple of knowledgeable cyclists in our region, and I do think this is a golden opportunity for us to develop this area as a cycling tourism destination. The idea of the principal cycling routes is 2 things. One is commuters and 2 is tourism. We are getting a lot of people from the coast, from Brisbane, coming to this area for weekends. For example, there's a gravel and flannel weekend in July for 4 days. They've got 100 registrations already. So this is an opportunity for us to get this cycleway reflecting what we have here. So, and they've listed the things there, but the important ones are things like the Burnett Highway, the Dagular Highway and the Bunya Highway should not be principal cycle routes. We do not want bicycles on those roads. We do not want particularly children on bicycles on those very busy roads. So I'd really like them deleted as principal cycling routes. But I would like the rail trail, which is the South Burnett Rail Trail, Mergen to Kingaroy, the link route, and then plus the BVRT that's in the South Burnett. They should be principal cycling routes. We want people to use them. I know people already are commuting to work from places like Crawford and Waroolan along the rail trail. So let's make them principal cycle routes. Let's get people off the roads and onto the rail trail, which is so much safer, which is where we want them. The second point is the South Burnett Rail Trail Users Association, of which I'm involved, has 7 link bike trails. I think they should be tourism routes because, again, they're on quiet roads, they're beautiful views of our region, and they should be tourism. So not necessarily principal cycle routes, but tourism cycle routes. I forget what the wording is. And also, like they've got the Mergen-Baramba Road, again, far too dangerous for cyclists, but our local cyclists have worked out a way to get to the Moffatdale wineries on quiet roads, which is the Moffatdale link, which it's highlighted there. The South Burnett Rail Trail has those link routes. Let's make all of them tourism routes, so people come to the area and cycle those, and then keep the rail trail and also the main urban centres where there's cycle routes for people to commute to work. I'm absolutely fine with those. The last comment there from a cyclist lists a number of roads, which are lovely quiet ones for tourists, but most of those are actually already on our link roads. So I think that sums up what I think. That this is a golden opportunity for us to promote cycling in this region, for both commuters and tourism, and we need to take this opportunity. But I'm happy to work with James you know how we often delegate to the CEO to finalise this. I'm happy to work with James to finalise this if you would like me to.
Well, I think that it does need tidying up because yes, there's quite a few anomalies in the actual motion at the moment, because it's even got a question: does the tourist route go all the way to Yarraman? So we probably need to tidy that up. But I'll just ask Manager James to please comment on what your thoughts are.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, there's certainly an opportunity to work with a lot of the intent of what Councillor Hyde is referring to, and being able to provide that as feedback to the state in relation to what they have drafted on those plans. Some of the questions around, is it connected through to Yarraman? Even though we don't have it in our plan set, it does actually exist. So, because the plan set is limited to our regional council boundaries. So, but we are aware of it going across the boundary into Toowoomba's region, just to help with that answer.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, CEO Mark, to just clarify this process, because we've got a motion that's not very succinct. And I'm just wondering if we need to potentially put something like that we delegate the authority to the CEO to work to get this fixed, to change the motion in accordance to what the mood of the council is, or how are we doing this?
Yeah, so I suppose, Mayor Danielle, could you just move down to the original dot point G?
Is there a time limit on this, or can we lay this on the table until we've all had like further discussion?
We'd have to. I'm not sure of the dates.
So, Manager James, is there a timeline on this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the PCN, the Principal Cycling Network, has been, they're chasing some feedback from us in some documentation or correspondence we received from the state before Christmas, and they were seeking some feedback from council around endorsement within a couple of months of the date of their letter. So we've generally tried to achieve that by bringing it to council for this meeting, but it's not really black and white by a certain date on when that needs to be responded to. Concurrent to this is also, and it's in the agenda under the next item, is a funding program to support projects that have the ability to be guided by this Principal Cycle Network plan. So the next item is sort of guided by this, but the fact is that this is a review as well. This is not new. So they do have previous versions that are current that they can reference in being able to appoint what those future funding applications are in reference to.
See, the reason that I would be asking for that is, like, we get this sent through to us on Friday, the agenda, and it's the first thing that we see of it. We don't know anything about it. And then we got to try and seek information in 3 days.
Thank you. So I just ask CEO Mark wants to speak. I'll just ask CEO Mark.
I was on your original question without Councillor Sanders next, is if Council was agreeable to A to G, all we could do is then, as the next line down, point H would be incorporate the feedback from Councillor Hyde into the submission, and then you could tidy it up.
Can I comment on that? Yeah, I mean, I would like to work with General Manager James on this. It's not as though this is costing us anything, but if we get it more accurate to what we want, any Principal Cycling Network road or, infrastructure, we can get funding. So we need to get it right, but it's not as though the more we put in, the more it's going to cost us. So it's not a cost issue. But what I would like to do is meet with Manager James and possibly bring a cyclist that knows the roads and rail trails better than me, because I'm not an expert on rail trails. I have ridden a few of them, but I would prefer to. But if you're happy to delegate us to it, I don't feel it's a decision that council needs to make, other than that we want it right. It's not as though the more we put in, the more it's going to cost our ratepayers. This is an opportunity to get this accurate, so in future when this funding comes up, we've got it accurate. But that's why I'd like to have a cyclist involved in it being delegated to the CEO and then
Yeah.
or James, whoever.
So I'm just thinking that, but as Councillor Sanders said, what about if we change the motion and just said that Councillor Height and General Manager James work together to come back to council,
Madam Mayor,
to the next council meeting with a proposal, because it's, to me, like, I mean, I know that it's not funding, but it is future funding. If you want, if one road's in and one's out, or one cycleway's in, and some councillors might want some in and some, because then further down the track there is a funding opportunity. If the cycleway's not in, it's not an opportunity. So it's a plan for the future. So I'm just thinking, maybe what's the thoughts about having that reviewed and then brought back to the March meeting of council?
I think it needs reviewing by a lot more than just us. I mean, I spoke to the mountain bike club in Nanango, who have a very strong club. They have a lot of people come up and ride the mountain bike tracks in Nanango. I know they have the mountain biking out at Gordon Brook. The mountain bike riders are a different breed to those who ride the rail trail, but they're still tourists. They're still coming. We see a lot of people in Nanango on push bikes that have ridden up on the link trail, and I just don't believe that those people have been consulted. Plus, I think we should be doing some consultation with the tourist associations. So I just don't think that we have. I agree with Councillor
Sander, that's his name.
Yeah. Councillor Sanders. He. But I agree.
with
You know, we haven't had enough time to read it. And while as I don't do much bike riding now, I can tell you I've ridden most of the mountain bike tracks in Nanango over a period of years. And again, they are completely different to someone who comes up and rides the rail trail, and they're different to people who bike, commuters to work. So I think it needs a lot more understanding by us before we make a decision. And I think we need to be guided by, as Councillor Height said, the bike riders from Kingaroy, Wandai, Nanango, to actually find out what this involves. I don't know. I've just had a...
Because we want to get it right, basically, don't we?
But I think that
I move the motion that's laid on the table until next meeting.
Thank you, but I just also wanted to clarify, so, and I think that James articulated it when we had the discussion yesterday, that the principal cycle network is not about the tourist tracks, it's actually about transportation. Is that correct, Manager James?
That's correct, Mayor. Yeah, it's around the modes of transport.
Transport from point A to point B.
From residents to destinations that are like schools, employment destinations, shopping centres. That's the intent of this
anyway.
strategy.
I'd like time to read, then I have...
Okay, so Councillor Oakins has moved that the motion be put.
Laid on the table.
Laid on the table, and do you want to second that, Councillor Sander? Yeah. So second that lay on the table. All those in favour?
Sorry, can I just add that we also do discussion, not just lay it on the table? Yeah. Sorry, it's a procedural motion.
It's a procedural motion to lay it on the table to seek further information.
Sure.
Okay, so all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're moving on now to the next one, which is the Kilkeevan-Kingaroy Rail Trail Cycleway Interconnection on page 295, item 14.2. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council make application to the Active Transport Grants Program for 50% co-contribution of funding for the construction of high-quality and safe cycling infrastructure facilities along the Kilkeevan-Kingaroy Rail Trail, and if successful, 1, commits to delivering the project, and 2, allocates funds up to $300,000 as a co-contribution from the proposed 26-27 capital budget. So someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would like to add that this actually falls in line with the previous motion of the Principal Cycling Network plan review, And it also links in with the George Street car park, which we did quite a few years ago, which also has the parking and the toilet. When we first did the rail trail, that section was on the original plan to do, but for some reason it was never actually completed down that area. And also we have to realise that sometimes the community does need to upgrade their infrastructure. The rail trail is a great asset for our community and it's widely used. People were never meant to be parking on that section of the rail trail off the main road. That was never ever meant to happen. In fact, there were meant to be chicanes there so people couldn't go in. It was meant to be fenced with chicanes, and they were never meant to park in that section, which is why George Street car park was expanded for people to be using the rail trail so they could park there. So that's why I believe that this is going to be great for the future, for the rail trail and for the area. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander.
Like, to spend this money on this is $300,000. What are we gonna, is it a concrete footpath? Is it bitumen? Or what's it gonna be? Does anyone know? Has it been designed? Obviously, it's a $600,000 project. So what's it entail?
So General Manager, Manager James, you're going to speak to it.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, it is a concrete shared facility, so it's for footpath and cycleway activities. It's 3 metres wide from the Bunya Highway down to O'Neill Square.
So Councillor Sander, are you happy with that answer?
Well, I believe that the money could be spent elsewhere. Like, if we're going to put $300,000 to a 3 metre wide footpath, we could allocate that to something else. When we were elected, we said we were a back to basics council and we weren't going to do any new stuff. We were going to try and maintain the stuff that we had and bring it up to a standard to make the whole community happy. I believe the money could be spent elsewhere. How many times has this been applied for in the past?
Manager James, do you know the answer to that one?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mayor. We did apply for this probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and the feedback from the state was around we needed to have a solution at the Bunya Highway crossing as to how the interconnection was going to occur from a road safety and pedestrian safety point of view. So at that time, we didn't have that solution. We needed to work that through. There was also adjoining development that was going on that was going to influence that layout. So that has now since been resolved over the last couple of years, and we've got a solution that Main Roads are happy with as well. So we do have a plan moving forward, and we believe that the state are in agreement with this as a solution.
So this would be a $600,000 project. Do you know the price, a rough price of the secondary component?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we do.
And what price is that?
That's in discussions with the state at the moment, so I'm happy to workshop that with you, Councillor.
But it'd be, so that's an added extra, probably rough estimate?
It's a main road.
It's a different project.
So it'll be funded by the state wholly?
Well, we need to work that through with the state.
So if we agree to this, then we've got to possibly agree to something, an added extra for that next one.
We're looking to, we're working with the state government on what a future application can look like, but we're not 100% sure on all the variables right now.
So would it make sense to apply for the first one first in this to do the lights so that was finalised before we did this?
This is actually the catalyst to enable that to occur is the way we're approaching it.
And aren't you saying that we didn't get it before because we didn't have a solution? Or we still haven't got a solution? If we still haven't got a solution, if we haven't got we don't know what we're doing with the lights, we don't know with the money.
So, Manager James?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we do. We've presented that solution to the state.
Is it a secret?
No, it's not. We've designed it and it's been presented to the state and it was workshopped with this council back in July.
Who had the line on first? Councillor Little?
I'm happy.
Hi, through you, Madam Mayor. Just a question for Manager James. this whole project is contingent on we getting the active transport grant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, councillor.
Okay, so if we don't get the grant, the whole thing's canned.
That's right, because we would only co-contribute if we got the grant.
Okay,
Ca-
just wanted to make that clear for anyone listening.
Councillor Dineen?
And I believe, if you can confirm this, Manager James, that ties into the eventual shifting of the truck route from Haley Street to King Street, and the upgrade of that area, King Street, so that we don't have big trucks going down the main street.
Through you, Mayor, that is correct to a certain degree, councillor, in the fact that it has been designed taking that into consideration, but there is further work that's needed to work with main roads and the residents of King Street as well in that regard.
Yeah.
We do have an item in the operational plan about investigating that, but we do need to take a number of other steps before that.
Yeah, and so this is all in a very big plan to upgrade that entire area eventually for the best outcome for travellers and tourists. And I know the Go-Getter girls often come back from our run through that way, and it'd be really nice to have a footpath to go on instead of across the grass. But there's so many different uses for it and different reasons for it, from what I believe that we've had in these workshop discussions about the prospects of that area, and a lot of it includes the state government, and we can't do anything without them.
Thank you. Councillor Height?
Following on from what Councillor Potter said, currently there's a lot of cars parked, close to the service station there and pulling out at that very dangerous junction. By finishing the rail trail off to come to the train station up here, to me is a safety issue. We want those cars parked in the George Street car park, or whatever car park we call it. We want those people to be there. So, as I see it, is a safety issue. And when we can get 50% funding, that's got to assist us. And this is an investment in the future of our region. I think sometimes we can't be just reactive, we need to be proactive. This is developing that aspect of Kingaroy, fits in with that new car park, and we will get people parking there to use the rail trail. And then stage 2 is to make that junction safer, which at the moment is a nightmare because you've got the service station, the King Street and the rail trail crossing. It is a nightmare, and it would be good to have that a lot safer. So I am supportive of this from the point of view that I think it's a safety issue.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Erkins?
I'd like to know, so it's going behind all those shops over here in Haley Street, is that right? So will it address the flooding issue that those shops had and the ones across the road?
Yeah, through the chair. So it'll be a cycleway, so won't be a drainage upgrade through there. We have done remedial works there prior to Christmas.
I would think, for me, $300,000, if we're looking at doing, I would think that $300,000 would be better spent addressing the drainage problem, because, we've got shops here still not rented because they flooded, and the ones behind, the dress shop that had to have sandbags out. Well, I understand what you're saying about the cyclists and all that, and how good it would be for them to be able to go to the old railway station, but I'm just thinking the feedback from our community, to me, is fairly important. It's what our community wants, and I don't know what percentage of our community would prefer we looked at drainage issues rather than footpaths for bikes.
So I think that, so Councillor Erkins, this is the state government's active transport grants program. So it's just whether or not we want to put in an application, and you have to match it 50-50. So
I understand that.
so
$300,000 is what we would have to, if we're successful, we would have to take $300,000. As Councillor Heath said, we did say we're a back to basics council.
yeah, so do we? So the question, I guess, is, do we put a project forward or not? So if we don't put the project forward, we wouldn't have a chance of getting any money. So then that's just a straight out budget decision, whether we spend $300,000 on Kingaroy drainage. This is just whether we want to contribute, have an opportunity to get $300,000 towards this particular project. I guess that's what I just wanted to clarify. Councillor Sander?
And also before I voted or wanted to vote on anything, I'd want to know, like, what quotes have we received for this footpath? If it's 3 metres wide by 400 metres long, roughly 400 metres long, I think. So that's an expensive footpath. Like, what's it? Is it 200 mil thick with double mesh and stuff like that? Like, that's a very expensive quote. And like, I'm all for trying to better communities and do stuff. And yeah, I agree it needs to be done at some point. But like, just for the go-getter girls to enjoy to walk on this nice 3 metre wide footpath isn't an excuse to blow $300,000 when we could be putting it to something that's more better for the community than that. We got people that can't even drive up their roads or streets. And the next 3 things on the agenda today point out that our roads are in, like, some areas are in disarray. And we're not going to fund that because we don't have the money. But to do this, that money could be spent better elsewhere, I believe.
That's you're talking about, again, only about the 300,000 that we could choose to spend on a road as opposed to putting it in matching dollar for dollar for this particular project.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Deneen.
Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned any particular group. There are a lot of people that walk and run in that area. I believe that we're looking at promoting healthy living in our communities, and it is a difficult area to navigate by anybody with prams, with anything, walking along that area. Also, I think that the drainage issue is completely separate, and I believe that the upgrade made the drainage in the main street marginally better than it was previously. So I think that we need to look at drainage again, but not saying that, you know, it is actually better than it was before the upgrades, and that's a separate issue completely, which needs to be looked at because of those businesses. But we're living in, and you know, I was here that day, we had 80 mils in just over an hour, and that was extraordinary. It hasn't happened. I spoke to somebody who had a photo of it happening in around the 1950s, but apart from that amount of rain in the middle of town at that time, and that was a one-off, a really horrendous summer. So I think that that's the drainage isn't tied to this issue, and it is a funding application for something that has been intended by council for a very long time, since we started advocating for the rail trail originally, and that's where it should have finished. And I believe there was a slight glitch in a previous hierarchy where it didn't get finished, and I think we need to fix it up now.
So thank you. So any other comments, questions? Otherwise, I'll let Councillor Potter exercise her right of reply. So we're all good for Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've seen the original plans. They come through to council. We've had a look at them. Some of those drainage issues you're talking about, Councillor Erkins, they have actually done some work up there since that the staff have already completed. And we don't often get a chance to apply for footpath funding, to be honest. And this will complete and bring the rail trail up to a standard that will make it safe. As I said, to have a 50-50 chance of funding from the state, this is a great opportunity. And the amount of visitors we get on our rail trail is just incredible. You only need to go and talk to the motels and see how many people stay there that are using our rail trails. I ran into a couple recently that was staying at one of the local motels using our rail trail. They'd ride to Memrambi one day and then Mergen the next day, and they were having a ball up here using our rail trail. So it's not only the visit, it's also all of our businesses and things like that that get the benefit from our rail trail within the South Burnett. So that's why I believe that this is a brilliant cause for the South Burnett. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So it's been moved and seconded, so we put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So the motion is carried. It's 5 votes to 2. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the investigations into the construction and maintenance of 212 Street. That's item 14.3 on page 298. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council consider the construction and ongoing maintenance of 212 Street as part of the capital upgrade long list, with consideration to all requests recorded in the unmaintained road register. So someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Discussion. So, did you want to talk, Councillor Sander, to this one?
This is probably one of those historic subdivisions that have been done many years ago, and some of the blocks that were subdivided on this probably weren't built on or developed, and with the recent cost of living and lack of land, they've started to build on these and probably getting more use now on this road or street, and it's probably come to more the attention of more people because of that. But it should have been brought up to a standard when it was developed, and it probably was brought up to semi-standard and not finished. And now with the extra people living on this street, they expect it to be up to a standard. So we've been asked to bring it up to a standard, but it's got to go back to the owner of that development and to bring it up to a standard that we can maintain.
Thank you. I think the way the resolution reads, it will go on our capital list for potentially us upgrading it into the future if it's seen as a priority. Is that correct, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through the chair, that's right. So we would be recommending that council in this case put on the long list. We have a substantial request from the community to upgrade a lot of our infrastructure, and obviously we don't want to lose sight of that, but it is around priorities and budget for council at the time. So we would recommend it be added to that. Again, happy to work with residents, if they want to do some maintenance on there and those sort of things. And obviously we had that discussion with the councillor as well on site. So, but that would be our recommended at this stage. If council was in the order to upgrade that road, we would recommend probably further design work be done on that road, given its slope and topography through that area as well.
So thank you. I think it's a way forward because at least it's been recognised that it's going on a list, and then council can then decide on their priorities when we do their budget process. Councillor Sander?
So over on page 302 of the agenda, there's the long list of unmaintained roads there. I can only see 2 streets, so most of them are roads that are unmaintained, and they might be little short sections of certain roads that aren't used anymore. But I do point out that there is only 2 streets on here that aren't on the unmaintained roads list. So it's this motion is just to move it to that long list and then see if we can prioritise it in the future.
That's correct. So any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 14.4, petition Benin Court Nanengo on page 304. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council does not take over management of Benin Court and provides the options in this report to the appropriate body corporates for their information and delegates any administrative actions to the Chief Executive Officer as required. Someone like to move that? Councillor Little, someone to second that. Councillor Potter. Discussion. Councillor Erkins.
I actually recently went down and had a look at Benin Court, and I know that in earlier conversations with council, one of the reasons why council couldn't take over any of this road, well, any of to allow them to freehold, was because of Avoca Street, which I believe was too narrow to meet council regulations for the road. But Benin Court looks a wider road, and I know that one of the issues, besides the issues that the residents up there have, we have a lot of residents who are freehold, who are behind it, who are affected by the runoff from this estate. And I just wondered whether it was possible to have Benin Court separated, because they have actually just recently bitumened their road. If it's possible for us to look at that and see whether there's any way to alleviate some of the water that goes from there down to the other people. So maybe can that looked at separate from the rest of the estates, because I thought that The Avoca was the main one that didn't have the wide enough roads, but Benin maybe did.
So did you want to move an amendment or?
Maybe just some feedback from staff on it.
Yeah, through the chair. So the original petition was for Benin Court. We actually included the other ones, obviously, to be consistent. That would create some issues. I don't think the road width essentially, is one issue, but the biggest one there is that there's no stormwater infrastructure in place with those. One of the things that we looked at is that you've got adjacent streets to there which are being constructed by developers that are controlled by council. They have curb and channel, they have stormwater in place. In the case of these here, they're very much what we would call a private access, essentially. So the actual works that we would need to do with stormwater, we would have to have a look and maybe do some preliminary assessment on what that could look like. Post that, if there are ongoing issues that are affecting adjacent residents, we're probably happy to have a look at that with the councillor and then come back if we need to. We would be okay with that.
Because while I understand that those people who live in those estates, they bought those properties on a group title basis. So, it's a little bit of buyer beware. I do understand that. However, a lot of the people who did buy there honestly did not, it was never explained to them. And a lot of them bought not knowing that it was group title, probably their fault, but that's the predicament that they're in. However, the adjoining residents, they're the ones that are really paying for that, the fact that originally council didn't make them put in any drainage, which was probably, should have been done, 30 years ago, but it wasn't done. So I know we've had a lot of complaints, so I don't know how that's possible then for us to look at that, whether, we should just go ahead with refusing this or whether we can wait and look at that drainage, see how that would affect and what responsibilities or what actions council can take to alleviate some of those issues.
So, General Manager,
Yeah, through the chair. So I would recommend that council treat them as two separate issues at this stage. I reckon you resolve... Our advice would be our recommendation is to resolve the body corporate, and then I think what we would do is look at the drainage issue as a separate problem, essentially with James and his team, and just see what's the actual cause and effect there. So, and if we need to come back to council for further consideration, we can do that.
Well, my only concern would be is if we refuse this now, and then it turns out that that drainage issue is from these people, from these blocks, how do we then address that? How do we fix it for the others?
Yeah, so that's why I think what you would do is look at what that, just hypothetically, if that was the issue, you would look at what the problem is, what the solution is, because one way or the other, you'll be dealing with the body corporate to look at what works need to be done and whether council wants to contribute to any infrastructure in that place too. You could have that discussion with the body corporate, depending on what the solution would be. So what I'm saying there, council, is I don't think the two are tied at this point, but you can bring it back if you need to, because you think there's a solution to be negotiated here.
so we can take that as a question on notice. And
Because my concern is, like, the people who live adjacent to it, they've bought freehold properties, and the water comes from this section, which has never had the drainage put in, but it's not those people's fault. That, so how do we fix it for them when, does it have to be the body corp that are going to be responsible when, I'm just confused about who is responsible.
So, General Manager Aaron?
Yeah, through the chair. So again, I think that you would resolve the body corporate issue at this point to say that we're recommending that council doesn't take over ownership of the road. We would have a look at what the drainage issue is and how it's being caused and what's its possible solution. And then if that's interaction with the body corporate, then we can go from there. If it's a council problem or council solution we can provide, we would come back to council. So
are we happy if we take it on a question on notice?
Yeah,
That doesn't.
Yeah. So, Councillor Potter, were you next, or
Yeah,
Councillor?
I was just going to ask, does that need to be a dot point to make sure that it does come back, or we do look at it, or is it a separate issue?
So, CEO Mark suggested it be a question on notice.
Thanks, Mayor. I've just listed as Councillor Erkin's question on notice as what actions to reduce stormwater impact, drainage, what actions to reduce drainage and stormwater impact on adjacent residents. And then that'll have to come back to council any which way.
Councillor Height.
Yeah, I'd just like to make the comment that in hindsight, this probably should never have been allowed to happen, because you've got 20 odd houses, you know, fronting a private road when it should have been a proper road. At the time, obviously, those houses would have been cheaper, and I think it's very unfair on every other resident of Nanango and the region to subsidise these. So I understand their predicament, but they're all clearly labelled as private roads, and I have driven down them to have a look. So I'm certainly in favour of the officer's recommendation. I don't think it's fair to the rest of the ratepayers that we spend $1 million fixing what the developer should have done in the first place. So I guess it's just a learning for the future that, yeah, you need to be careful of these things at the time. And when anybody buys one of these, it would be very clear that they're part of a body corporate. So I don't think anyone can say they didn't know it wasn't a private road, because it should be in all their documentation when they buy it. And I feel for them. I understand that it's a problem. It would be nice to have a nice road, but through their body corporate, they could raise the funds and do it. And then I think council's happy to take it on. Is that correct? If it was up to a certain standard. But I think it's unfair to expect the ratepayers of the rest of the region to pay for the sins of the fathers.
So just clarifying that, I don't think even if if they brought it up to a certain standard because it's a body corporate, that we would never take it on. Is that correct?
Yeah, that through the chair, that's right. We would have to look at that as a separate
they
proposal
have.
to bring up their infrastructure, but I think the intent is that it would need some investment before council, or we would recommend some investment prior to council to consider that. So.
And Benin Court have actually bitumened their road. They have done it. So bitumen road, that one has been done. No, but neither are half the streets in Nanango, so. And when we're looking at, you know, where the blame was, I mean, really, Nanango Council should never have approved it in the first place. So, you know, that's when you look at who's got the, you know, who is responsible. And I know in the early days, they were selling those blocks, they were trading those blocks and selling them for, you know, people would ring our office and they, you know, were trading it for a bag of opals and a Mercedes car or a speedboat. That's how they were. That was in the days when they, you know, can you tell us what that block's like? And that's what they were trading it for. But I can assure you, Ros, a lot of people I mean, when somebody buys a house, a lot of people are very switched on with what they've got to do. But I can tell you a lot of people are not, and they just sign it and go through, and a lot of them didn't know because they didn't actually have an active body corp working. You know, for a long time they didn't have anyone operating that body corp. So, you know, they just didn't know. They weren't paying into it. Some were paying into it, and then whoever was looking after one of them disappeared, and no one knows who had it and who held the bank account. So, but anyway, I'm happy with that explanation.
Thank you, Councillor Oakins. Councillor Little, did you want to exercise your right of reply? So we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee. That's item 14.5 on page 315. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council receive and note the attached minutes and recommendations of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 29th of January 2026. Someone to move that. Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any comments, discussion, questions? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Manager James. With the Black Butt Town Centre and DTMR possibly in doing some changes to where the cenotaph is and putting a roundabout and doing some speed compliance as well. Would that go out to community consultation first, do you know, or is it just something that will happen without any consultation to the Black Butt community?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would certainly be highly encouraging that. It's a very important intersection of Blackbutt and a focal point to a large degree as well of that community. So we would be highly encouraging TMR to follow down that path of consultation with the community.
Yeah, okay, so I do understand that it's early days and there's a lot of funding and what have you that needs to be done, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that is something that could occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little, and thank you, Manager James. Councillor Erkins.
I just want to make reference to the Nanango-Tarong Road intersection. That's something that we discuss fairly regularly at the meetings, and just drawing attention to the fact that on Monday when I was going out of town there, I rang James and informed him there was an accident, another accident there on that corner. So I think it's pretty important that they look at, you know, something that needs to be done there.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 14.6 on page 321. And this one is the application for Queensland Biosecurity Boost Education Grant Program. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council apply for a grant under the Queensland Biosecurity Boost Education Grant Program Round 2 for providing landowners the opportunity to participate in an education field day bus tour to visit other local properties and learn on how others are combating invasive weeds and the development of a feral pig community awareness video. Someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen.
Sorry, Mayor, just
Sorry?
could I, a small change?
Oh,
Given the deadlines, we can always withdraw from a grant program should we wish, but if we miss the deadline to submit and these closed on Monday, so rather than submit a grant, it should be endorse the application of a grant, because it's
Yeah, okay, so that we endorse the application of a grant. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yep. So, Councillor Dineen, did you want to speak to this motion? Oh, sorry, I haven't got a seconder yet. Councillor Potter. Councillor Dineen?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a huge shout out to our staff in that department, especially Manager Leanne, who's really pushed this along, and we hope we get those grants, because there's actually not a lot of money considering the amount of councils who will apply, but I'm sure our grant is fantastic. Our grant application, thank you very much.
Thank you. Manager Leanne, oh, sorry, Councillor Height.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that it's disappointing that the state government isn't taking biosecurity seriously, because biosecurity is huge for our farmers in particular, and the fact that there's only 8 grants of 15,000 and the next one is 2 grants of 30,000, I think it is just laughable when it is such a massive issue to our rural ratepayers and particularly to farmers. Biosecurity is huge, and they're allocating such a small amount of money to these grants. So fully supportive of us applying, but there should be way more money because this is such a big issue.
Thank you, Councillor Height. 100% agree.
Could I just add to that? Our national parks as well are suffering greatly from the pig invasions and the weeds. So really, we really need to get on top of that.
But anyway, at least we have an opportunity. And yes, so Manager Leanne, did you want to comment?
No other comments. I mean, we've received great support from a larger number of groups. So there are letters of support from the syndicate groups, South Burnett Grazing Network Group. So there is significant support from landholders and community organisations for the grants.
Thank you. So, Councillor Sander.
I'm just wondering, can we do I've got a question on notice probably. Can we have a look at whether one of our neighbouring councils actually subsidise chemicals for farmers? I've heard recently that Somerset Regional Council subsidise to 50% of chemicals for spraying of their property, for rat tail grass and stuff like that.
But is that on their properties or is it on the council roads?
No, on their properties. I've heard that. I just want to find out whether it's true, whether they subsidise 50% of the chemicals.
So that's a question on notice. You happy with that be a question on notice? Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, questions? We're ready to vote on this one. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is, again, item 14.7 on page 331, an application for Queensland Biosecurity Boost. This time it's the Innovation Grant Program. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council endorse a grant application under the Queensland Biosecurity Boost Innovation Grant Program Round 2 for promoting innovation across South Burnett cropping and grazing industries to enhance the efficiency of biosecurity measures through a subsidy program to coordinate feral pig and feral deer aerial shoots to reduce destruction to local environments and reduce agricultural losses. Someone to move that, Councillor Dineen. Someone to second that, Councillor Height. Councillor Dineen, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you. I pretty much said enough on that. I'm very supportive.
Any other comments? Councillor Height.
Can we write to the state government to say you need to take biosecurity more seriously? This is three $30,000 grants across all of Queensland is a drop in the ocean. They are not supporting our rural ratepayers. They're not supporting the farming industry when you're not controlling, the pests, both animal and weed pests. We need way more support in this, and I think we should be advocating to the state government to help this the rural industry. We need to get the rural industries supporting us in this, that this is not good enough.
Okay, so would that be another dot point or a separate motion? We'll make it a separate motion. If you want to move that after we've... Well, wait till we vote on this one. We've got this one on the table. So we've got Councillor Dineen has moved it, Councillor Height seconded. Are we ready to vote on this one? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now we're going to Councillor Height. Did you want to move another motion?
That we advocate to the state government that biosecurity is a very serious issue for our rural ratepayers and primary producers, and they need to support biosecurity financially to a much greater extent. Is that too long-winded? Sorry. You got the gist of it anyway.
So we need, Danielle needs to be able to...
How fast can you type, Danielle? Did you get all that? You got the gist of it, didn't you?
So we would basically, if we render that down and we'll talk right to state government...
Give us more money.
For improved biosecurity support.
Yes.
So
that was probably a fair bit more succinct.
So Councillor Height's moved that, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion, comments?
Can I add to that? I mean, can we liaise with maybe AgForce or National Farmers Union to get a bit more support for this? Work together, we need to work together to talk to biosecurity to increase funding.
So it'd be AgForce and National Farmers Federation?
Yes. Sorry, it's the Farmers Union in England, Farmers Federation.
And I believe that we will get a lot of support from local South Burnett Grazing Network, from their community groups. We'll get a lot of support for this for them because they are crying out for the help. Thank you very much, Councillor Height.
So have you got the wording there? So work with it with the local and organisation.
Yeah, Danielle, if we just go right to state government to improve biosecurity support or funding, and then we can just grammar it up. Yep. To state government.
So it'd be the Minister for, it'd be the Honourable Tony Perrott would be probably the Minister that we would write to.
To improve biosecurity support and funding opportunities. And work with agricultural associations.
So right to state government to improve biosecurity support and funding opportunities and work with local and state agricultural organisations to support this initiative. So it's been Okay, so councillor Hoyt, did you want to speak to your motion?
I think I've probably said enough. But the gist of it is this is a major issue. Biosecurity is a huge issue for our rural ratepayers and all primary producers. And I think biosecurity should be getting way more support from the state government with these initiatives. And these local initiatives, locally people know these local groups, the Grazing Network, the Biosecurity Committee, they know what the problems are locally. They should be the ones making the decision. So if there was way more grants, that's where you would get targeted responses to issues in each particular area. I mean, for example, sometimes there's funding available for the whole region, and it tends to go to the bigger cities rather than local areas. So it should be for each local council. They would know, their rural ratepayers will be telling them where the issues are. We need those people to be making those decisions on where this grant funding is spent.
So I also think that the Burnett Mary Regional Group probably get funded through the state government when potentially we would like a bigger share of that piece of pie as well. Manager Leanne, did you want to comment on that? Because I think we need to work closer with the Burnett Mary Regional Group as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I think that's what we need to do. I fully support that. We have reached out to BMRG and just asked them, that's the Burnett Mary Regional Group for Natural Resource Management. We have reached out to them to ask them to come together with council and provide us with an update on their future funding. There has been some announcements in funding. There was also an announcement late last year about a feral pig coordinator for the Burnett Mary Regional area, which was going to be like a part-time position. I think it's time that we find out where those positions and funding are at. And BMRG certainly do have some funding and resources, and they would be able to provide us with a bit of an update on how that's progressing. You've also got the National Feral Pig Management Plan out at the moment, and they're asking for comment because that's going to help distribute $1 million across the state in feral pig management. So there is a number of items happening in biosecurity. It's about us getting involved and getting those updates on how we can sort of potentially access some of that funding and support for our landholders and ratepayers. So most definitely, I'm happy that we continue to reach out to BMRG and have them maybe come here to the South Burnett and provide council with an update.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 14.8 on page 340. And this one is the expression of interest for funding through Games on Grassroots Infrastructure Program. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council considers submitting an expression of interest for a project in Category 1 and Category 2. That's the recommendation. So did someone want to move that? So Councillor Sander and seconded by Councillor Potter. So Manager Leanne, did you want to speak to that? So project in Category 1 and Category 2, did you want to just outline what that means? Thank you.
Certainly. Just working through these categories with the state and receiving some advice on what are the eligible projects and eligible organisations that can apply. So local government can apply for Category 1 and Category 2. Category 1, we will, if council was to apply, you would need to provide a 20% contribution to a Category 1 project, and you can apply up to the $1 million, the $500,000 level. So there's a number of projects that could be applied in Category 1, but Category 1 is very much targeting our community organisations, infrastructure for a lot of our sporting groups. And then Category 2 are for the larger projects. They're for the projects over $1 million, and the contribution for the Category 2 projects is actually 50%. So if council was to apply for a Category 2 project, we would be looking at a 50% contribution, and in the guidelines, it recommends that local governments are the lead agency in Category 2 type of projects. So this is targeting larger projects for local government. Looking at the number of projects that we have in our community plan and our corporate plan, there is a large number of sporting facilities, recreation areas, playground areas, even some of our rail trail walking tracks across the region that would be eligible in these categories. So what we would do as council is probably prioritise what is the most important projects that you would put up under these categories. We are going to be running an information session on Thursday night for all the community organisations across the South Burnett. We have sent out flyers and information. I think there's over 40 community groups we have emailed this week to get that information out to them, to talk to them about what is Category 1 projects and how we can support them in making their applications. So very important for community groups to come along and listen to that. Council, though, could still apply for Category 2, and that's what we would sort of recommend. There's two lines of thought here. We're just trying to seek some advice on whether or not the department would actually assist in some of the design costs. So some of our larger projects, whether it's recreation and playgrounds or whether it's swimming pools or sporting facilities, will this grant contribute to the design costs? So we're just waiting for that feedback, and I apologise, I can't answer that here today. Otherwise, the other line of thought, if we can't go down the path of major design type project, we would suggest that we look at some of our playground equipment. Council's very aware that we have a lot of playground equipment across the region. It is deteriorating with age. Some of the playground equipment we have is of quite age. And also we're very aware that we'd like to continue to improve our facilities by having shade sails over these playground areas. So Category 2 could be a project where we look at maybe a park upgrade plus some additional shade over some of our existing playgrounds to bring that project up over the $1 million type of program, and it could be across several parks. But considering that, council will need to consider making a contribution of 50%, which would come something that you would need to review in next year's capital works budget if you want to allocate that sort of funding from next year's budget to this type of project.
So just a quick question, what are the timelines on this? Have we got, so we've got we're consider submitting an expression of interest. What are the timelines for the expression of interest? Is it, can this be taken back to our next council meeting, or is it that going to be too late, or?
We've got a meeting. Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, so the registration of expression of interest is actually closes on 18th of March, so that will be before our next council meeting.
So do we need to be more specific on this, CEO Mark, or are we just, if we just say that what about we say we're going to submit rather than consider submitting, because the South Bend Regional Council submit an expression of interest for projects in, well, Category 2 is what we would be submitting. So South Bend Regional Council support the community for their submissions in Category 1, and that council submit project or projects.
Yeah, if you're happy, Madam Mayor and councillors, to consider a project in a playground redevelopment and shade sale program across the region, we would have a number of project like shade sales there that we would suggest that need to be replaced or renewed, and then the next playground that is of a significant need of replacement is actually in the Nango, is Pioneer Park and Lions Park are two very important playgrounds that will need investment. So we would suggest a playground project be considered for either park, in the Nango, and then some shade sale type projects across the region. Oh, she's left.
Sorry. Sorry, but then if we wanted to go with the design one, it wouldn't be included in this for the design for some of the projects that you're talking about. So that's Councillor Hyde.
I just want to make the comment that so many of these grants are for lovely new things because people love cutting ribbons, and then it's left to council to maintain them. And so as the years go on, council's left with maintaining a lot of our facilities, which is expensive, particularly as they get age. So it's frustrating if we aren't able to get funding to upgrade and maintain our existing facilities, but instead have to, if we want this money, we have to build something new when we've got good facilities that just need upgrading. So it's just a comment, really, I suppose.
So thank you, but I think that some of those facilities, like particularly, for example, the Wandai, if we went for the shade sales, the Wandai definitely will need a shade sale. I think the Proston one definitely needs a shade sale. I think there's Memorandum, there's other shade sales. And then the other, I think that you were talking, Manager Leanne, about upgrading the facilities that are currently, like the swings and play equipment that was probably beyond, like, needs repairing in any case, to just upgrade it. So that's still helping our asset management. Is that correct?
Most definitely. Renewing our assets is very important, and this program is targeting the renewal of the assets. You're bringing additional facilities to the region in terms of fitness and wellbeing and health. So when we talk about an asset, it's come to the end of its life. We can't continue to use that current piece of playground equipment, and we upgrade it with a new piece that is modern, it meets Australian standards, and it's actually meeting some of the needs of our community with fitness and wellbeing activities with it. So most definitely a piece of playground equipment is necessary for this region, that we continue to upgrade our assets.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. So if we go, the South Bennett Regional Council support community groups in Category 1 and consider submitting, submit, you want leave considering? No, take it out. And submit an expression of interest for projects in Category 2. So that way we leave it open to, depending on what we can submit. If with designs in, we can go for that. Is everyone happy with that? So Councillor Sander, you moved that. Are you happy with that change? And Councillor Potter, are you happy with that change?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So South Bennett Regional Council support community groups in Category 1 and submit an expression of interest for projects in Category 2. So any discussion? We're ready to vote. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Carried. Thank you. The next item is 14.9, Flying Fox Subsidy Program on page 374. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council adopts the Flying Fox Subsidy Program to assist 27 Blackbutt residents in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 zones. Could I have someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank the team, Leanne and the team, for being able to secure this grant and the work that they've done in putting the paperwork together for the subsidy for the residents that are, and owners that are affected by the flying foxes in Blackbutt. They've been very patiently waiting for council to give them some help, and I look forward to being with Leanne down in Blackbutt and speaking with all of these affected residents personally and helping them fill out these applications.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments? Manager Leanne, did you want to comment, or you're happy to just take questions? Any questions? Everyone happy to vote? It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is questions on notice. That's 15.1. 382 is the page. And the question on notice was from Councillor Hoyt. Can we please provide a report on what the actual in-kind costs are for the Christmas carnivals? So, Councillor Hoyt, are you happy with the response? So, did you want to move this, that the response to the question regarding the cost of Christmas carnivals raised by Councillor Ros Hyde be received and noted? So, move. So, isn't that the second one? Oh, sorry.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so we did have a look into that question about the Mergen Christmas Carnival in-kind contribution from the 24 year. And so originally there was an application put in from Apex to hold a Christmas carnival, so and to have a road closure. So we did start doing some TMP work on that, and then later the Christmas carnival was cancelled, so that's why there's that almost $1,000 sitting there in kind for that year.
Thank you. So I'm just asking for a seconder for the motion. So Councillor Hyde has moved it. So Councillor Potter. So Councillor Sander.
Could we please get a copy of that in-kind letter, the application, please? And the breakdown of the costs. Sent around, just.
Thank you. So any other comments, questions on this particular motion? So it's just the response to question regarding the cost of Christmas carnivals raised by Councillor Ros Hyde be received and noted. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. So the next item was Councillor Sander. So that's 15.2 on page 383. The question was, can we have a breakdown and further information on the following expenses paid in the other spend section, the amounts of $36,171.96 and $216,470. So, Councillor Sander, are you happy with the response? The recommendation is that the response to the question regarding breakdown of expenses raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Did you want to move that, Councillor Sander? You want to move that, and someone to second that? Councillor Deneen, Councillor Sander.
I just want to know if that the internal audit committee would pick up that was a mistake. Do they go that far in depth when they do that audit? Would they pick up that was entered incorrectly?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So when they do their testing, that's most likely not.
Speaker's not.
When the auditors do all their testing, so they're probably not necessarily looking at what the narration is that's coming up. They'll be checking that the approval process for the dollar value and the invoice itself, so who it's made out to, the amount and everything has been properly gone through the process and gotten approval. So I won't necessarily look at exactly what the narration is that's been input into the system.
So I'm just wondering if how often does that happen? Have we ever picked up on it before that it's been entered incorrectly and missed it?
I guess there's always human error. It would be remiss of us to say that it doesn't happen. So there is always that element of human error. What we can potentially do is just get the staff to just be a bit more mindful and double checking what they're putting in that narration, making sure that it is, the suitable for whatever the invoice is that they're doing their purchase order on. But yeah,
And the other one, the 36,171.96, is that temporary project manager gone now, or is that ended, or is it still continuing on a temporary basis?
So, General Manager Aaron.
Yeah, through the chair, I can answer that one. So that would be the maintenance supervisor we currently have at the moment, which once council resolves some through structural changes to the organisational development plan, then that position that contractor will exit, which is included on the consultant spreadsheet, which is provided to council.
Thank you.
So can I, further to that question, can I ask how long that temporary project manager's been there? And have that for a question on notice for the next meeting.
So he's got another question.
So is that
on notice.
different to the
Yes.
information that we already give you, or you want the same question repeated?
Well, that one, I just want to know how long that one's been there.
So is that different to the information we already give you? That's all, just so we can capture it right.
It'd be the same, but I wanted to come to this.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's the same question.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just want to know really how long temporary is.
As long as there's a vacancy. It really is. I mean, I can answer for you now as far as how long's temporary. Temporary is as long as there's a need. So, yeah, happy to. We can bring that same question back.
So Councillor Sander, are you happy now with the response and the additional question on notice that you have asked the CEO to make sure comes back to the next council meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So any other questions on the question? So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that's so now I think will we break for lunch or go? So we've got the information section which is nil, and then we'll be moving into confidential section. But would someone like to move that we adjourn from lunch? Councillor Erkins, second by Councillor White. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So welcome back to the February General Meeting of Council. Would someone move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're now moving into confidential section. The reason why we're moving into confidential is because we've got items 17. So the officer's recommendation is that council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Item 17.1, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 1031300000000. And number 17.2, quote SBRC Q 25/26_52 replacement recommendation tilt tip truck 2023. Item 17.3, Mergen and Wandis community CCTV cameras. Item 17.4, renewal of the licence to occupy for Area 13 at the Kingaroy Airport. Item 17.5, South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board Meeting Minutes 7th of October 2025. And item 17.6, Organisational Development Plan. So would someone move that we go into confidential? Moved by Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So, welcome back to our open general meeting of council. So would someone move that we go out of confidential? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So Councillor Sander has stepped out for this one, which is item 17.3 on page 34, Mergen and Wondai Community CCTV cameras. So, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd actually like to lay this one on the table, please.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Height. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Ask Councillor Sander to come back in. So we're moving on to item 17.1, which is the first item, which is on page number 4, and that is a request to waive a water consumption. So the officer's recommendation is, well, Councillor Hyde, I believe you have a recommendation that
Yes,
you would
I'd
like to move.
to move the motion that we waive 50%, please, of the outstanding bill.
So that South Bennett Regional Council support the request for waiving of the water consumption charges up to the value of $295.65 for assessment 10313-00000-000. So Councillor Hyde has moved that one. So someone to second that. Councillor Deneen. Discussion. Did you want to speak to that one, Councillor Hyde?
Just briefly to say it has been an exception. This would be a one-off because it was an exceptional reading and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 17.2 on page 23. So this one here, the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchase from Black Truck and Ag 1 Isuzu FVD 170-355 with a tipper body for $254,378.24, excluding GST. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 17.4 on page 63. And this one is the Kingaroy Airport renewal of licence to occupy. So the officer's recommendation is that, oh, I've got the wrong page. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with, so number 1, in accordance with S2361C3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enters into an agreement for the occupation of Area 13 at the Kingaroy Airport, being part of Lot 3 on SB 249643 for a term of 20 years at current market rent with periodic rent reviews for the term of the agreement. And number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute a lease with Miles Gore Brown. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor
Can I
Hyde.
just ask a question through you, Madam Mayor, probably the GM? When was the rent last increased on this block, please?
So, General Manager Kerry.
Yes, through Madam Mayor, normally these leases will have a CPI increase each year built into the lease or licence to occupy. So yeah, each year there'll be that CPI
But
increase.
previously, have they been on CPI?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So any other questions, comments, discussion? So it's been, Councillor Erkins.
I just want to confirm, Kerry, that the rent is now going to be set by a market appraisal, an independent market appraisal, taking not just Kingaroy, where we are fully aware that a lot of the rents there are low compared to other places, but a market appraisal based on comparable hangar space across airports similar to ours.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. That's the way
Thank you.
council's going.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 17.5 on page 66 of the confidential agenda, and that officer's recommendation is that the report on South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board meeting minutes 7th of October 2025 be received for information with a minor amendment. So someone to move that, Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
Mayor, the minor amendment's the next one, so the minutes were received without change.
Oh, okay, so the minutes were received and...
Yeah, so they're just received for information.
Ah, yes, okay. So the next item is 17.6. Oh, is this the one with the minor amendment? Oh, sorry. So organisation development plan, page 70. It's the one with the minor amendment, sorry. So the recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council receive the second quarter report for the organisational development plan version dated 16th of July 2025 with the minor amendment. So that one, does someone want to move that? Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And that concludes the meeting. So thank you everyone for attending. Thank you for those listening online, for those who were in the gallery and now, and to the senior staff and to the council team. Thank you and to Danielle for taking the minutes. Thank you.